Yo, no maniacs. Welcome to another edition of some extra sauce, man. We about to do this thing, and away we go. We're off until the off season officially. Not officially, really, because we still have players up at the building, the younger players talking about rookies, and proud to hear that Caleb Williams stayed over to get extra work in. That was really cool to hear because we definitely was stressing that on the last show Sunday, man. So I was really, really glad to hear that. He's going to need it. You know, we're going to have a rough season coming up, rough schedule, and he needs to get acclimated to whatever they're trying to do as fast as possible. But, man, listen, there's a bunch to talk about tonight, man, some particular things. And it seems like we're talking about the same stuff all over again, but vivid little details to every little situation, I think, is what people come here to listen for. Little details about each of these players, whether they need to do, how do you feel about Luther Burden and Colston Loveland not playing? How's that going to affect them? We can talk about that in particular tonight. All that kind of stuff and much, much more. Some extra sauce stuff that we're going to talk about that's not Bears related a little bit later on. That stuff is going to be kind of fun to talk about and not so fun to talk about. But here we go, man. Here we go for another edition of some extra sauce. Triple R, you are to my right. I'm alley-ooping it to you, or do you want to bounce pass? What you want?
Nah, I'll bounce past the kids. You know what I'm saying? Teamwork makes the dream work.
Oh, we're going all over the court tonight. What it do, y'all? It's Wednesday night, doing the extra sauce thing. We're gonna get into it just like Nomad said. We're gonna chop it up and try and take a bit of a closer look at what's popping in minicamp and OTA and with these new players and the old players and the whole shebang. You know how we do it. I'll give a little bit of quick love to those who were in the chat just now. I know the rest of y'all will be joining up sooner or later, and in that respect, big ups to all of you as you do. Big shot. Boom! That's just for Illy. That was for Illy. Big shout out to my guy Illy Jones who just jumped in. Big shout out to It's Crimson with the wrench, always in there early. And I know, like I say, we're rocking a little bit early tonight, so I know the rest of y'all will jump in sooner or later. But as it is, let's get down, man. Let's get into this thing. I'll do behind the back pass to Nomad.
All right, man. I'm about to send it right on back around the horn, man, and get human as hell with you guys, man. See what's up with you guys, man. Making sure everything is okay. Everybody's peachy. Family's good. Everybody's healthy. How's everything going, Trip? Start with you.
Hey, man, I'll just say this. I'm good on my end, but a shout out to all the hermanos, and all the lighter shade of brown peeps who might be going through it, because, they might have questionable papers, or they may just be stopped to, see the papers. Because kids don't know nothing about this.
What, Trip? Like I'm with it. I want you to get into this. I just read today, and I was like, "Oh, you ain't kidding me!" I just read today that they bucked up on some Canadians out there without papers, yo.
See,
they're sending the Canadians back to Canada, which is crazy to me, bro. It's crazy, but I'll leave it up to you, man.
Well, yeah, but that's the thing, though. If there's a due process, you go to court or you get lawyers and all that good stuff, cool. But your Canadians got lucky that they get deported back to Canada, and they get sent like to Vietnam or Cambodia or the South Sudan or Guatemala, El Salvador, wherever the fuck, into a gulag prison system for the rest of their lives. You know what I mean? So that's no fun. And it's cool if you want to get the criminals. Nobody wants criminals. Lock them up. Everybody's with that, supportive. But when you arrested mommy and poppy, that runs the local tamale stand, or the people out there that's been contributing to the tax system here because they pay taxes even though they don't get to collect them, and then when they get paid, they flip it back into the economy with goods and services purchased. So, I mean, we're screwing up so many things on just such an inhumane level that is very irritating and pissed off to those who have morals and can feel empathy and sympathize and such. We got the World Cup coming to Miami pretty soon. and World Cup, people from all around the world. You know what I'm saying? So they're hearing all this deportation and stuff, and running around the world, and you know what I'm saying, that's gonna cut back on the travel, because I know all your Canadian peeps have been advised not to travel to the US of A.
Oh, we ain't coming.
You know what I mean?
We ain't coming. It's one of them. It's a big right now. It's a big topic of conversation because not only we're not coming, it is like a record low. Like all of the borders, not just states, but border towns, for the better part of the year are ramped. Like I know folks who used to live just like 15 minutes across from upstate New York. They moved out that way just because they could jump over, fill up the tank of gas a little bit cheaper, and come back to Canada. They could jump over and grab some quick groceries. It's not going to cost you a lot when you're at customs, and you're back to Canada. They can't even really do that, and they're not doing it purposefully right now. It's interesting looks right now, bro. It's real weird.
And now with the whole threat of our military on domestic soil against its own citizens. Now, I mean, we're in a new realm that I don't think the masses are prepared for. And I'm just saying out there, everybody knuckle up, guard your grill. I see somebody in the chat was at the Wu-Tang concert. You know what I'm saying?
Wu-Tang in Chicago?
So I don't know where they at, but I just saw that they were at Wu-Tang.
Nitty Q, where was Wu-Tang playing?
And so, you know what I'm saying? Knuckle up, guard your grill. When the shit goes down, you better be ready. I know that's Cypress Hill, but it still counts. You know what I'm saying? The message still counts. So y'all be prepared for whatever may come, and y'all be safe out there.
Oh, he's out in Atlanta.
The thing I would say, and I've been listening and making sure that when I speak, I'm guarded with my words, not because I'm worried about anything or anybody in particular, but I am worried, and not for myself in particular, but I'm worried for my country, man, because what's going on here is, it is so bad. I know we got Trump supporters in this comment section, and I'm not here to try to make anybody feel good about what I got to say, or I'm not trying to make you feel bad about it either, but I'm going to speak my mind. And I know this: when you vote for things like that, you understand, hopefully, the problem is people like him and people that surround him, they pander to mostly the ignorant. It's an ignorant, they go after that. It's like fly paper. You know what I mean? It's like people are attracted to ignorance right about now. And that's not just Trump supporters or anybody like that. I'm not saying that. I'm talking about, just think about it like this. Most people I, come in contact with, they look for bullshit on the internet, right? They look for negativity. Somebody could be talking about, podcasters are getting into it, and people will be in your comment section. Hey, such and such said this about you. What are you going to do about it? They go from one negative energy to the next. Mm-hmm. And so what I'm seeing is is basically a flaw in our society, man. A society that way is, but people are looking for negativity. And whoever is the most negative, that's who people flock to. What is that going to do to everybody? There are people next door to you, next door to me, next door to each and every one of us. They might not look like me, but whatever that individual looks like, black, brown, white, Asian, whatever it is, my job as a human being is to try to understand those people as best I can and ingratiate myself with them. And hopefully they can ingratiate themselves with me, and we can come to some kind of understanding and be a community. Just going after people because they don't look like you, or this is a fun target, fun people to target. That's bullshit, man.
Well, let me add on to that for Matt. Now,
hold on, Trips. I just don't want to get carried away on this conversation because it makes me so fucking.
Well, no, we can finish it up because the points I want to make are into the supportive nature of what you were saying about ignorance. And it's like, a lot of that supportive crowd is ignorant, but a lot of them also are victims of untreated traumas. and they can relate and find comfort in those also who are also um, those victims of untreated traumas, whatever they may be, personal, physical, mental. And there also can be thrown in the category of non-critical thinkers and just go with the flow. And what people are not realizing, I'll go people out up that one level and we can finish up, is Black people are falling under the umbrella of, well, we don't need to protest for those people because they weren't protesting for us when we needed it. And it's like, I understand that aspect of it, but that's also very selfish in looking at it as a way of, it's like, well, we're not going to say nothing when they scoop up all these brown people because, that ain't got nothing to do with us. But then the next time they say, well, we got all the brown people, let's scoop up all the gays and homosexuals. You know what I'm saying? Let's send them to wherever, whatever the fuck gulag stand. And now it's like, oh, we got all them. Oh, you're not evangelical Christian. We're going to scoop you up. So, I mean, if you allow the rights to be taken away from one group, you are allowing them to be taken away from your group, even though you may not see that far in the future. So as far as critical thinking goes, and as far as that, how that relates to other community goes that should be aware of what's happening, yeah, that's what it's all about.
It's just ignorance hustling, and ignorance hustling put somebody in the White House that don't give no fuck about nobody but himself and the people around him, if them. And he's going out to target them just to make a select group of people in the country happy about those choices. It makes them feel good that he's talking. Oh yeah, get him, motherfucker, please. What is it gonna do to us overall? The joy you getting from watching somebody else suffer. What do you get from that? I get nothing from that. That satisfies me. Zero. Gleeful about somebody else's suffering.
There are those sadists out there though.
It's ridiculous, man. But let's move on, man. I hate it. We even had to go there. Thank you for that shit, Trips. Because we need to talk about some football. Let's get to a happier note, man. This country is in a struggle.
Well, but as we transition, that happy transition, that hard right turn, as Nomad likes to do. Let's see how fast you fools are with your wax ons and wax off like they're with kids. As you can see, I'm wearing the Thumbs Up shirt. But who also wears that shirt? The Canuck. Kids, the Canuck from what channel? On YouTube?
There's a Canuck channel on YouTube, I believe.
Kids, the Canuck channel. Where's that baby? Because I need some Zerberts. I've been waiting all week for some of those baby Canuck Zerberts. I need those damn Zerberts to get me back in a good mood.
Put me on the spot again, man. How about some Zerberts for your ass?
I was just gonna say, I see Young Trip in here. I ain't never seen no Young Trip before.
Look at this.
I found the baby pictures, man.
Suspenders on. What's he got? A baked potato?
I found it.
What is that?
That would be Trips eating a whole damn potato.
Is that a baked potato?
That's just the whole baked potato. No fixings, just the potato.
Just the potato as it is.
I found Young Trip, man. I was like, I gotta put this on here, man.
With the little suspenders and bow tie all clean. Don't even know it.
Just like he just preached a sermon or something. He just satisfied with himself.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for donating to the church fund.
Hey, thank you for coming in. Relentless Mikey, Dan Brown, Matt, Hatteras, Smitty Q, everybody that just busted up in here, man. We're gonna talk about some football and get into some stuff a little bit.
So,
later.
like, you got Young Trip there, but if you want to see Coach Tripping or Chef Trips or Trip with his exercise vlogs or Chef Trips with the video recipes, sports, Chicago style. That's the channel for myself. As previous, I don't know if we got it all out, but Kids the Canuck, that's the channel on YouTube as well for to support the brother from up north above the Canadian border there, and Sports Chicago style right here. So now let's talk Bears, as you are already subscribed, as you should be, to the Nomad Network.
And let me say this, man. Let me say this. And I didn't mean to rile anybody's feathers. I'm a very emotional and spirited guy, man. I speak my mind with a whole lot of ferocity. I'm passionate about us. And I ain't talking about the color of us. I'm talking about us individuals, humans. And I get very, 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 very emotional about this whole thing. It's hard for me to talk about live on air without getting upset about people being subjected to this kind of stuff, man. It really, really does rile my feathers really bad. And I apologize to anybody that I might have offended with my words, but it's just me being myself. That's why you all come here, because you got a bunch of people that are willing to be themselves and state it openly. So, but we're gonna get into some football right the F now. We 6 weeks into 6 weeks probably starts.
Crimson, where the hell are you at?
Crimson.
Yeah, Crimson says he's farther north than me. It's possible. I need to be more south if you're asking me. But
you snapped on him like he owed you money or something.
Well, where is he at? You're in Seattle? No, I'm more north.
Well, Seattle's farther west.
Yeah, so he's like northwest, but he's pretty far. Like Seattle's pretty far north. Nah, man, I'm north, dog. I'm north. I get that.
Relentless Mikey said, "You emotional? You don't say." He laughed. Seems like you're pretty.
Man, you emotional. Wait. Watch this, Relentless Mikey. Hey, no man, did you see those socks with the vertical stripes?
Oh man, don't get me started there. Don't get me started. Hey man, listen. They want to talk about some football. All right, so 6 weeks. Well, we're gonna have to deal with this no football for 6 weeks. But I think the anticipation of football is going to build so much. And, somewhere around that first week into it, or right outside that first week when the Bears get ready to come back into Hallis Hall, I think the anticipation is going to build up. Wild ass, takes are going to start happening. I think the Bears are going to do this. Bears are going to do that. Slow the fuck down. First things first. If you had 6 weeks vacation, kids, trips, whichever one you guys want to answer first, how much of that time are you going to take to actually be leisurely, or are you gonna take this whole time and really get after it? What are you going to do if it's you, kids?
Yeah.
Oh, what are you asking me now? You need to be very careful with this.
We talking all if you're a Bears football player, how are you going to handle 6 weeks of free time?
Like I kind of put it down the other day. If I'm a football player, I would be getting after it every day, but I would be getting mashed up every night. You know what I mean? That's kind of how I would do it, bro. That's how I would do it.
Yeah, I mean it's vacation, so I mean, it's a sport to where you have to have your body in condition all the time. So considering that is your job, you take 2, 3, 6 hours every day. You do your lifting, you do your sprinting, you do your running, you do your Pilates, you do your yoga, you do your whatever the fuck, and then you kick it for the rest of the day. You know what I mean? Like you on vacation. But you have to be in tip-top physical performance at all times going into camp. So there is no off season anymore to where it's like, well, I guess, I can have a few cheat days this week and maybe get a little spare tire, and then I'll start working out in a few weeks. So it's like, nah, there's no more of that.
Well, that's what I would do. That's exactly how I would handle it. I would go straight to some kind of beach. I'd find a beach and some kind of all expenses paid situation.
Yeah,
and I would you know what I mean? I get my running down. I get my
running. You mean beach like the sand with the water beach? I thought you meant something else. My bad.
Oh no, you can't bring
the beach is at the beach.
Don't bring sand to the beach. You know what I mean? That's a little.
There you go.
Well, see, I would say this, man. This has always been my mindset. Even when I was playing, I always take myself back to then, and I would try to project my thoughts onto an average football player with the Chicago Bears, especially a rookie or a second-year guy, somebody that has something to prove. Really, I always said to myself that, I'm going to give this shit 10, 15 years. And 15 years was rich as hell. I know that. And that's just what I was thinking in my head. And I'll have fun when that's over, because my mindset was once I got to college, I did my private stuff and we did extra stuff when I was in high school, but it was just on my own. And me and my homeboys, we would work out and make sure we was in shape during off times. And, it worked out pretty good. But once you got to college, you saw how many other people in the country were as good as you, or sometimes for some people even better. And so right then and there, I knew there was people getting, that was somewhere on my level, and I knew I needed to press it. You know what I mean? Really, really get the fuck after it, making sure nobody has an edge on me. I had
Check
that
your
mind,
DMs, kids, on X.
and so
Say what now?
Check your DMs on Twitter.
All right.
no videos, man. Not with no music in it. Goddamn it. We can't take one more strike here. Not one more. We got 2 strikes in a month. All we get is one more and we done. So, but I was gonna say this cannot be, especially for the rookies and second year players. This can't be, especially when you somebody like Zach Pickens, you somebody like I'm just thinking of guys like him, especially the rookies. You can't. I take maybe a week off, and I'm starting to tune up.
Well, we saw that that video of Big Dex doing the curls, working out. He's a second year guy. Look at this picture that I just sent kids. This is a second year guy. So being in the league for, after your rookie season, after that first off season is now you have the opportunity to really address your body and start to develop as you mature. So look at Marvin Harrison Jr. It's like last season is like, if this is a real pick, he's got a little muscle there last season, but he's coming back this season, cut, put on like, what is that? Like, looks like 10, 15 pounds of muscle mass, maybe.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, he probably dropped some fat weight too, but he looks toned as all get out.
When you take them chest shots, when you go across the middle in the end zone, when you got to go catch it, and it's a zipper right across the middle, and a safety getting ready to cream your ass. You take a couple of them shots, I guarantee you in the offseason, you're going to hit that gym hard.
That means that there are no off days. There are no off weeks. There are no off months. Every day you are doing something. If it's not a weight day because you are resting and recouping from going heavy a day or two before, well, it's a Pilates day, or it's a yoga day, or it's a high rep, low weight day. Whatever it is, it's some kind of goddamn day, and it's not a day off.
Nah, I couldn't even. Once I realized competition was around me, and I knew I had to, I gotta play. You know what I mean? That was all I needed. That was my motivation. Ain't no, I came home after my freshman year, and I went, and we had a ball for about a weekend, maybe 4 days, 3 or 4 days straight, man. We just partied our ass off and did whatever for about 3 or 4 days straight. We just like a long weekend. And after that, all of us, you got to remember, most of my homeboys were football players. And we all knew after that long weekend of eating and drinking and carrying on and girls and all that, we just instantly, like, I didn't even have to call nobody. Somebody called me and just like, hey, dog, we need to go and get some workout in. I was like, you're right, man. Let's rally them up and let's go ahead. And we just did that. So you just got to know, man, they say it takes 2 days to get out of shape, 2 weeks to get back in shape. I don't know how much I buy that, not with my body, but you can easily screw this up. And I would just hope that any of the Bears, any of those young guys that really are fighting for a roster spot, and you ain't comfortable, if you ain't DJ Moore, you ain't Caleb Williams or somebody like that, you need to be working your behind off and like double time. Like you don't really need no vacation. You don't have time for that.
Well, yeah, you little DB types, y'all can get away with maybe a few days off for a cheat day, but us, like kids or me or Samo, us big boys, us fatties, yeah, 1 day, yeah, that's all it takes.
You get that BCAA. I'm just putting it out there. It'll save your life. But my kid, like, I know exactly where you're coming from, man. Like when my kid started in university, I was like, you need to go out there and just focus and grind. And he did the exact opposite of that. I'm just put it out there now, man. He went out there, brought his girlfriend with him, and just,
he brought beaches to the beach.
He brought sand to the beach. You see what I'm saying? He brought sand to the beach. So yeah, he went out there with his own mindset, and he's like, oh, you know what? My dad don't know what the hell he's talking about. And then like the world turns, things happen.
As it does.
And now he's out there kind of on his own grinding. And with him out there grinding right away, like last year they started him at defensive end as a rookie, which is almost unheard of. But he was able to start the better part of the season in that position. This year, they're like, all right, we're turning it up. We're amping you up. And he's like, Dad, I've never had workouts like this ever. I've never he's like, I've been to the gym with muscle hamster psychos, you know what I mean? Like the dudes who live in the gym. It's like, I've never worked out like this before. I'm getting cut. I'm getting stronger. And I'm watching his, he does little workout videos that shows him doing like
little something.
It shows him doing them like edge rusher drills, man. All the little stuff in the tool bag and really getting into it. So I'm like, wow, like you look like a different guy right now. Let's see what that's about. But that's the mindset you have to be in, especially during this 6 weeks of grace. You can't step away from your responsibility. What I'll say is you can also get drunk as all hell. So let's, you know what I mean? This is how you do it. Just like Tripp said, you spend a good chunk of that morning getting ready, getting primed. Have a big chunk of prime rib in the evening, and go douse the sauce, and that's what you.
I'll tell you what, kids. It takes like is like if you saw me like my freshman year in college, you would be like, man, this motherfucker don't got an ounce of fat on him. He's just all muscle. But you don't know how out of shape you are until you're sitting around not doing anything. You're just eating, drinking, having a good time, laying around with your girl or whatever. You don't know how out of shape you was. And I had to find that out the hard way because I didn't go hard going into my freshman year. And they put us on the steps when I first got there. And on the steps, the stadium steps. They put us on them motherfuckers, dude. It was motherfuckers throwing up left and right. You just don't know how out of shape you are till you're doing that, until you have to run gassers. Like a football game is such a trajectory of like, you think of a football game, okay, it's 60 minutes. You get timeouts, you get what's hard about a football game when it comes down to being in shape is if you're not and you're on this, let's say you're on the defense and you're on the field for let's say 7 straight plays and you're a corner or something, and you matched up man to man on each one of those plays. And this DB is just constantly trying to run you off the ball because they're running to that side. And you just got to run down the field with him. You gas. He coming out. He's going out. Some other receivers coming in. You stuck out there with your hands on your hips. You're breathing hard. And you like, God, please don't let this guy run another fly down the field. And I got to chase him. Please just cut this motherfucker off short. Something. That's how it feels out there. You just like, Lord, if this ball comes my way, I ain't in no shape to track it down. That's how it feels out there, man. So I know this, man. There's a time for party, and if I'm a professional football player, that's gonna happen after I'm done playing football for the most part. Not during no. You cannot fuck around.
Hey, question though, man. You're talking about running stairs. Now I remember having practice, and we had to run stadium stairs. And that was literally, hit every stair going up to the top of the stadium. And then we come back down on the bleachers. Now, personally, coming back down on the bleachers was very painful to my goddamn knees. And that I think shortened my career. Not that I was going pro or nothing, but whatever the fuck, you know what I'm saying? I could.
You must have knee issues in the first place, because that's definitely the easy part.
Well, it was easier for me to run up the bleachers and down the stairs.
Oh.
You know what I mean? So I could take the extra bounds going up, but the bounds coming down with, like I said, I was over 200 pounds by the time I was in like 7th grade. So I've always been heavy. And, just over time, that's just, the knees and the cartilage is like, fuck you. We've had enough of that. So it just seems as though that some of those exercises, because I was working out back in those days where we had 2-a-days in August, and to get a drink of water, it was like you got to earn it, as opposed to now where the kids got it all cushy and it's like water break. You know what I mean? Yeah, I mean, I don't know what that's all about, but whatever. But I mean, so it's like running those stadium stairs like that was fucking brutal.
Like
But
the
yeah,
bigger
still gotta do
dudes,
it.
you're right though. The bigger cats on the team definitely, like if you, all you gotta do is be running a couple minutes late for practice, be running a couple minutes late for a meeting, be running a couple minutes late for a film session or something like that. Any of that kind of shit to get your ass on the stadium steps. All that, and so you can trust me when I tell you, unless his ass was just a plain ass waste and washout. Every big dude on the team was on time. Trust me. Them steps will tear your ass apart, man. They get you right. The Marines do shit like that, you know how it's tough, man. That'll get that. That's that come to Jesus moment, man. When you done effed up, they put you on them damn stadium steps when you ain't in no shape to be doing it. Man,
So I had to finish my collegiate career doing the film work for the team. I enjoyed that much better for shit. Stadium box, pizza, sodas, and shit. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Heat, hot chocolate, and doing the winter games, unless you're on top of the box and you're on the elements or you're on your own. But yeah.
Yeah, man. That's I just if any one of them have anything, if they got free time tonight and end up listening to one of these podcasts and listen to this one, I tell them any young player, rookie, second year player, even a third year player. If you got a thought in your mind that you might be struggling for your roster spot, don't take no time off. Have your ass ready. And I mean, go work overtime and give yourself a couple days right before camp starts to give your body 2 or 3 days to heal up and just do minimal stuff, stretching and exercises like that right before you go into camp. But press it to the limit, man. Get your ass ready, man, because it's gonna be some cats that we familiar with like a motherfucker. They ain't gonna make this team. Might be because your ass ain't in shape.
Stay ready so you don't have to get ready.
Yep. That's the idea, man. So, all right, the next subject I wanted to talk about is this guy came up in a lot of conversations in the last few weeks, especially, along with Nick Chubb, who got picked up by, I think, the Texans, right? So J.K. Dobbins.
I don't want to talk about this guy, but let's go.
We got to talk about it. J.K. Dobbins, sources say, is going to get picked up by, I think, the Denver Broncos.
They don't need no running back over there in Denver.
Hey, somebody's getting ready.
Well, obviously.
Somebody's going to come off that roster. Somebody's coming off that roster.
You know what? If that's poor form. Like, man. Look, all right. So why I don't want to talk about J.K. Dobbins? I don't think he's a guy. I'm just gonna put that out there. I don't think he
got 1,000 yards. What are you talking about?
When?
How is he not a guy when you get?
When did he get 1,000 yards? With what team?
Look it up, man. You got a computer.
I can, but like, tell me when. What are you talking about?
I believe he rushed for 1,000 yards.
I don't think so. I don't think he did.
So
liar,
if
pants on fire.
Would that change your mind about it?
No. Yeah, he never did. So he never did? Never. So 900 yards for the Chargers, 22 yards for the Ravens in 2023. Let me say that again. 22, 520 in 2022, 805 in 2020, career 2,252. So not 1,000 yards rusher.
Okay.
All right. I'm just put it out there. Like, he had a good season with the Chargers under Mr. Run the Damn Football. All right. So like I will give J.K. Dobbins that.
Let me ask you a specific question, kid.
Mm-hmm.
And be a straight face. Give me a straight face answer. Is he better than Roschon Johnson?
Oh, snap. Yeah.
Okay.
Now.
So
I'm not sure if he's.
Let the air out the balloon now.
I have to. I'm not sure if he's a better north-south rusher than Roschon Johnson is. I might give Roschon Johnson north-south love over J.K. Dobbins, but that's what we're talking about here. There's a reason why the Ravens went and got Derrick Henry. Like, there's a reason, right? J.K. Dobbins was not doing the job over there. So now we're gonna pay him money. Questionable. So like that's where my heart is with respect to the J.K. Dobbins conversation. But if Ryan Poles is letting guys like this guy and Nick Chubb go to teams that basically have their running back roster more or less sorted, oversight. That's my 2 cents.
So Chi-Town Jester just put it in perspective. Thank you for this. He said he had 1,000 yards from scrimmage, 900 rushing.
All right.
Well,
So he's Mr. Run the football. Just remember it though.
He's very productive when he's
Hey, I don't know.
One season of semi-production. One season.
Yeah, right. Because now, how much do you sign for? Like $5 million or something like that?
I have no idea.
Let me find out.
It wasn't a whole lot, you know. But the scuttlebutt around the league is the Bills and their running back Cook are having issues, and he's looking for like 15 a year. And you know what I mean? So It's like, no. But if you can get him for something like 10 or whatever, would you take that Cook over a Chubb or
we're gonna go there? We're gonna go there. We're just gonna.
Well, obviously you got to, because but DK, Jake, what's the name? I keep wanting to say JK.
I'm gonna go there though. I'm gonna go there.
DK Metcalf, JK Dobbins. Yeah, there we go. That's what's up. And then the other dude from the farmers commercials, we are farmers. ... That dude, the actor, he's a DK or JK or he's a Dobbins. He's one of those. I get them all confused. But yeah, it's like, they are happy with the running back room. Bieniemy seems to be a fan of Manon guy, and Wheeler's coming back. And then there was somebody either Poles or Johnson said that Roschon Johnson was misused, in the system that was all just chaos because of all the offensive coordinator firing and everything that was going on in the offense and the flus. And did he have the same falling out that Kwani B and
no,
and other players did, and other players, Sewell did. There's a lot to be questions out there, but I don't think J.K. Dobbins answers any of those. So missing out on him is not like a great missing out, I don't think.
Yeah, so I'll wrap a bow around this. So he signed a 1-year deal just to put it out there. It's not a long-term deal. Clearly, there's a reason for that. 1-year deal, $5.25 million with the Broncos. This is pretty low wallet share stuff. Just saying. He is still young. I am going to give him that. He's only 26 years old, so that is a good, for you, Triple R. That's
right. I'll say that. I'll be that.
That's a good place for him to be. Like I say, I've watched him. I don't really believe it. I'm just saying. I don't believe it. With respect to the conversation around Roschon had a very specific role, and he's had it for 2 years. I'll ask the both of you: is he good at that role?
Well, first I got to ask you, what is it? What is the role again? Just
the role is he's a north-south short yardage back, and I'm gonna just preface this by saying that they resorted to utilizing Doug Kramer as a short yardage back instead in some cases.
Ouch.
Now, ask the question again: is he good at it?
I think he just assumed that role after they decided that Khalil Herbert wasn't going to play a role in the offense. I think it wasn't about whether he was good at it or not. This is the role you're getting right now. You're going to be a short yardage back and a goal line back. This is your role right now.
Whoa. So he definitely got opportunities outside of just being a short yardage back. And he did more so the year before, right? He just hasn't really shown I complain about DeAndre Swift's vision. Roschon Johnson's vision is even worse. The real problem with Roschon Johnson is that in between the tackles, he's also not much of a threat. He's more of a threat running you down and running you over. except he keeps coming out of these altercations with a safety helmet. So I don't know. I don't know if
He's not a very big running back, man. He's a good sized running back.
like 6 feet. No,
I mean, you get goal line guys, you thinking somebody around 225, 230, 235.
How much does Rojo weigh?
He ain't that. I'll tell you that. I don't know exactly how much he weighs, but he ain't that. And I just think, yeah, I'm gonna throw caution to the wind and say, you know what? Let's see what Roschon Johnson, and this is why I'm optimistic about it slightly, is because we don't know exactly. We're hoping that the offensive line setup and the play schematics will help everybody's situation running the ball, and we should be in a better situation that way. I think that's what the Bears are banking on. That's why they are going down the path that they're going, waiting until the 7th round to draft a back and running with Swift and Roschon 1 and 2. What's interesting is, we're going to find out in camp what we have, but we'll just leave that there. We're going to find out. I don't want to.
Levante's saying 2.25.
What is he, 225? What?
man,
He's
225. Yeah, 2.25, 225.
I didn't know he was that big.
He don't play like he's got that many bricks in his ass though.
He tries to. It just doesn't like. That's why I asked you the question I asked you. He tries to. He's like, I'm gonna run you down. But
I
he
thought
keeps.
Roschon was about man, I ain't gonna lie to you. I thought he was about 215, 220.
Yeah, that's how he plays.
Exactly
Like
what Levante puts out. He's 6 feet, 225.
But the scary part is how many concussions has he had already?
More than than a running back should.
And what does he do physically when he runs the ball?
He puts his head down and he comes backwards. He doesn't keep, what I mean? He doesn't keep going forward. Like David Montgomery, I would not necessarily consider the greatest north-south back. Thing about Demo is he just keeps trucking. His feet just keep going.
Yeah,
he'll get additional yardage.
Directly into the contact unless he has to.
And in between the tackles, he's a dude, like he is. These two guys couldn't be further from each other.
See, that's the scary part. We've seen nothing from Roschon that says, here's a flash of he can do this very well. Or look, here's a spark. He can do this very good. We can't point to any of that.
I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to put a pin in this conversation. I have another conversation coming up to speak to this, man, because it's going to be interesting come camp. This next conversation is about James Cook. And, he's not getting the contract that he's looking for. He should be getting ready. They don't want to commit to a long-term contract for James Cook. And I believe this, man. I don't know how long this is going to last. I don't know what they're going to offer him, if they offer him anything. But I know this. That team ain't going nowhere without James Cook. And there's a lot of talk about the Bears should offer. Who knows what the Bears are doing behind the scenes and picking up phones and calling who. But I tell you this, without James Cook, the Buffalo Bills are in trouble. James Cook being brought here in a trade of whatever, I think will be a significant upgrade to, you're talking about a 1-2 punch. That's a deadly punch right there, man. So I don't think it'll happen because I think they're a Super Bowl contending team and they'll get something done with him. But if they F this off, Buffalo has no chance without him. And everybody thinks that, 17 is the key piece, man. No, they ain't doing shit without running that ball with James Cook. No, period.
All right, so here's where I am with this. This kid's talented. You're darn straight. The Bills ain't going nowhere without the back. They've been looking for a back for years, including Devin Singletary, who was the other. He was a running back that was drafted before David Montgomery in the exact same draft. That didn't work out for the Bills. They wound up getting Dalvin Cook's brother. And he's been a lift, a boost in that running back room in Buffalo. If they're considering moving away from him, I'm not sure like there's only really one reason why. It's just like they just don't want to pay running back. Like it's literally that simple. They just don't want to pay a running back. If he's talking about 15 mil, if that's what the conversation is, real talk, I'd cut bait too. Like that's high end running back.
What's your
Wait a
max?
minute. You're Buffalo, and you're gonna not sign James Cook for $15 million.
For $15 million, yeah, I might
Well,
think
Buffalo's already scuffling
You
with
deserve
the
to get
cap.
fired. You deserve to get fired if you get fired.
But they already scuffling with the cap. Buffalo is.
That's what I was about to say. So, like, remember they just bounced Von Miller. They just brought in, like, they're not in a good spot. They're paying Josh Allen with respect to dollars and cents. It's not paying a running back right now. Might come back to bite you in the butt. I would have to look and see. Did they draft?
Yeah, I think in the position that the Bills are in right now, is either you push your chips to the middle of the table or you effing don't. Right about now, this guy, like they were a player or two away from being in the Super Bowl. You ask me, you know, I mean, this team is, if I had to handpick one of the teams this year or two, that Buffalo is definitely right there at the very top of the echelon to me. I think they're right there. When you're this close, you don't worry about no guy. You worry about money tomorrow. Pay that man, and go and get you a chip. That's what you do. You worry about people that do money stuff and worry about dollars and cents. Let them motherfuckers do that tomorrow. This is a team that's poised to win one. If they keep fucking around with this and he ends up not being satisfied, he can end up on another team. And I don't think they're stupid enough to do that.
No, they're exactly that stupid. Like we're talking about the Bills here. They've got a bunch of other backs on this team. The one that jumps out to me, and there's two of them that you know who it is, right? So Ray Davis does jump out to me. I'm not sure if real talk if Ray Davis is. I like. I like. I know. I was just gonna say, like, watching his college tape. He's a guy. Like I like Ray Davis. I think he's got a ton of upside. I'm just not sure if that upside is bigger than what they've been getting out of James Cook. James Cook, he put up. You know, we were talking about J.K. a little while ago and his 1,000 yards. This man put up 1,200 yards with a fair amount less carries. So you know, it's interesting to sort of see. Like, I'm also here with this when it comes to the Chicago Bears. I don't know if man, I really hope the Bears aren't in the $15 million running back market. Like, that's probably the best way that I can say that.
I'm not. See, one thing about me is
15 mil.
I don't know if the Bears are interested in a move like that or not. But one thing I don't worry about is, like, other people who do money worry about money. I ain't worried about that shit.
Yeah, that's you. And I'm not really worried about other people's money under normal pretenses. I'm just saying that if they are in the $15 million running back market this year, it's going to come back to bite them in the ass over the course of the next 2 years when they could draft a running back much lower wallet share. It's just common sense. If they were in the $15 million running back market, man, Saquon Barkley was on the market a year ago. Derrick Henry was on the market a year ago. Like, those are $15 million running backs. Well, that's where I'm at.
I know there's some situations out here where I think there's some teams out here that went in on running backs, and there's going to be a player or two that comes loose at some point. I don't know when, how, but, you know, I think the tail of the tape here for us in Chicago is going to be when they get back here in 6 weeks, when they put the pads on after about a week of scrimmaging. After a week of pads, mark my words, after 1 week of pads, those coaches will have seen enough. They'll feel like either we got the guys inside this building right now, or Ryan, we need to move some pieces around and get a guy. How we get a guy, whether it's a trade, somebody pick somebody up off of in free agency, I don't know. It could be that. And I think that's the more likely scenario is at some point in a week within the pads, after the pads go on, they make a move for somebody if they don't like what they have, or which is the my least favorite thing to do, but it might be some good players that comes off after training camp cuts. That could happen too. You know what I mean? But that's you messing around right there, you know. But I think that's where we are with the running backs. I feel like, you know, I do feel deep inside that I feel like the room is incomplete. And I've been saying that for weeks and weeks. But I'm with them with the thought of putting these guys on the field when it comes to training camp, put the pads on them, and let's actually see before we start assuming things. So that's just where I am right now. I'm defaulting to that position.
Yeah. Well, I'm with you, man. I'm with you because, I mean, just look at realistically what we have. A Swift who we know is good if he's outside the tackles. We don't talk highly of his pass protection, and we know he can catch if we get him the ball. Rojo is not proven in anything, and I saw somebody say, "Well, name 3 things that they tested him on." It's like, well, I don't know. Short yardage, he failed. They didn't throw to him much because he couldn't do short yardage, so he wasn't on the field, and he really didn't do anything else. So I don't know if I can name 3.
There's one thing he did, and straight up, I think Kyle Monangai eats his lunch with respect to it, and that's pass pro. He's a solid pass pro back. I'll definitely give Roschon Johnson that.
Okay.
Kyle Monangai is a smaller guy, but he gives it all to pass pro. So like I don't know if he's gonna win the pass pro trophy. You know what I mean? If one even exists.
Right. Well, but then you get Monangai fighting as a 7th round draft pick who does the drills, you know, instead of stepping with his outside foot, he crosses over his back foot. You know what I mean? And, you know, that's very difficult to do. You had to be very agile to do something like that. So will they coach that out of him? Will they be like, you lead with your left foot, your right foot, you going to the outside? Don't know. But it seems as though Bieniemy and Monangai are kind of developing a thing, as opposed to, you know, Travis Homer, who's a special teams ace, but we really haven't seen him in the role of running back on the offense. And then you get Wheeler, who's coming off of a ACL injury or MCL, whatever the fuck the injury, who was a rookie back then, UDFA-wise, so we don't know what he can do. So this is a very not unnamed, but
unproven bunch of guys.
Unproven running back room.
Yeah.
And so true. To go out and look at guys like a Chubb or a Dobbins, you know, that's understandable. You know, looking to trade for guys like Cook or Walker the third from Seattle, you know, that's understandable because they're proven running backs in the league. And we really don't have that.
I want to hear the evilest take ever. You know who they should go get?
Who that?
Just say a running back, man, so we can.
It's clearly a running back. They should go get Jamal Williams. And I'm not saying it because Jamal Williams is necessarily like super good. I'm saying it A, because he's probably low wallet share, but B, to truly get in DeAndre Swift's brain.
I checked him out, kids. You're not gonna like what I'm about to tell you.
I'm not really all that up on the idea. I'm just saying
he ain't the same Jamal Williams that.
Oh, that sucks.
Detroit.
Yeah, he ain't the same.
All right, then so much for that. I just need him. If he can be the Detroit version of himself and get you 2 to 3 yards when called on, because that's what he did. He just vultured touchdowns from DeAndre all season long, and I'm with that because that's really what the need is.
I like him, man, but he just ain't. I think he's lost a little that pop and that extra, like Jamal Williams used to bring it, man. He used to really, really bring it. And running backs physical like that, you just got to know when you're not built for it physically, when you don't have the kind of body, you don't have a Derrick Henry body, you don't have a Saquon Barkley type of frame. You come in the league with all that piss and vinegar. And eventually, I always tell people, man, 3 years, most of the running backs in the league will fall off if they don't have the right body structure because they ain't going to be able to take the beat. And so Jamal Williams, I think we've seen the best Jamal Williams. I'm not saying he couldn't come in here and bring us something. He can bring us something, maybe some short. But to go out of your way to pick up a Jamal Williams right now, from what I saw.
But it wouldn't really be. Then this is my point. Like, I'm kind of with you, but it would be a cheap idea to explore. It wouldn't cost you a lot of money. You sit him on the bench. Worst come to worst, it'll cost you $2-3 million. You know what I mean? We're not talking $15 million and a maybe here. We're talking a couple $1 million, and he might get you 3-4 yards.
Give me a younger Dameon Pierce with more tread on his tires if you're going to go there.
Oh, I want Dameon Pierce all day long if it all.
He's still a free agent?
No,
he's still. I think he's gonna shake loose somehow.
They re-signed him.
Did they?
To my understanding, I'll double check here, because that's who I wanted them to go after, to be honest with you, this offseason, if they were going to do it free agency style. And then, Genty was on the market. So where we go? The Texans. There we go.
I used to really love, and I hate to say it, when he was in Detroit before I was a podcast, I like that. Jamal Williams was a dog. He just can't bring it to that level. That's just what years and years of football will do to a running back. After a while, you're gonna feel that, bro. You're gonna feel it. Guaranteed. But
man, they got a lot of backs in. Damn. There's like 6 or 7. They got at least 6 backs in Texas. On the Texans.
Oh, they ain't playing, man. They are not playing, bro. The Texans are not playing. They know they are like the Bills right now. They know the Super Bowl window is open, wide ass open right now. If you're willing to go through it, go do what you need to do in the offseason to get prepared for your run. And they're preparing for a run.
Well, who's is Kids frozen?
No, Kids is just
who they got in their room back there, the running backs, that would mean that this kid would be expendable.
He's not. So they did re-sign him. They re-signed him to a low wallet share deal, something like $4 million for a couple of years. So he's not. It would be a trade case scenario. Picking up that contract would be great, but we'd have to give some capital. Yeah.
You know why they're loading up on running backs? Because they know
running backs get hurt.
They know they know Joe Mixon has been carrying the weight for Cincinnati for 4 straight years. He just came over to you put 4
running
years.
Backs get hurt.
Yeah, man. I mean, no. You put 4 years. This guy really toted the rock when he was in Cincinnati, and he came over there and toted it hard for the Texans. They know that this guy's eventually gonna, he's a big dude. Joe Mixon is a big, well-made running back. But even he, just like Levante was saying, even Derrick Henry, Saquon Barkley, all those guys that are made right with the muscle mass, even they break down. And so they know that we can't afford not to have a valiant backup for our guy that's going to carry us. And Joe Mixon will carry him, but they've got to give him a rest, and they need some guys behind him so they don't lose momentum.
Well, you would think that the guy behind him would be Dameon Pierce, but there's
they get. Who are the 6 guys?
Nick Chubb, Dameon Pierce, Joe Mixon, Jahar Jordan. I didn't even see him the first time around. British Brooks.
British.
They got some thoroughbreds in
British there. Brooks. Woody Marks. They must have drafted him.
He's gonna end up being he's gonna end up being the guy.
Woody Marks, J.J. Taylor. I did say Dameon Pierce. Holy smokes, there's still more. Dare Ogunbowale.
They like him. Dog for them last year. They like him.
Ogunbowale.
What you said?
He was nice for them.
Then there's Joe Mixon. Like that. That's a lot of running back. That's a big running back room, yo.
That's a lot of running back humanity.
That is a lot of humanity in there.
They're gonna lay some wood. They're gonna lay some lumber on some cats, man.
Yeah, but how do you carry 6 running backs? Where are you skimping at? Offensive line?
It's going to end up being 4 of them. 2 of them going to fall to the wayside.
2 of them will definitely fall to the wayside, especially with Nick Chubb there. They're going to test out Nick. Like, that's the reality. They're going to test out Nick Chubb to see if he's worth his salt, if he's close to being who he is. Maybe they'll keep him around. But there's a few guys here, obviously, that are probably going to fall off. It's just as possible that Dameon Pierce is one of those guys because he's coming off of 2 injuries, and that's why he re-signed the way that he re-signed. I think the kid's super talented. The question is, can he come back from injury and still display that talent? I don't know.
Kids, if you don't mind, let me answer Paul Martin. Paul Martin busted up in this piece. He said, pretty sure Ezekiel Elliott is a free agent. Does he have anything left to offer? I'm going to be straight up honest with you, Paul. There are nice Goodyear tires out there with plenty of tread on them in every good store. And you buy you some good tires, or you can end up getting you some May Pops with no tread on the tire, and they may pop at any given point when you get on the road. I think Ezekiel Elliott is a May Pop at this point. I think his tread is gone. I'm not saying he can come in for if you want to bring him in for a short yardage back. Ezekiel Elliott is very good.
Titties all along the sidewall.
I was just gonna say, so he kind of turned up as a short yardage back for the Patriots for a minute, and then showed up again for the Cowboys in his return in short yardage capacity. But the real rock toting was being done by everybody and anybody else. Considering the conversation we're having, I think the person who needs to be you can't afford to replace DeAndre. This is just kind of where we are. You can't afford to do it now. So he's going to tote the rock. I'm with it. It's fine. But I think you need somebody besides Roschon Johnson is really where my headspace is. I think Zeke would be an ups. I think good vision. He'll get you in between the tackles. He's not necessarily a guy who's going to run you over, though.
Zeke is a great pass protector, short yardage back, but you get him on the roster, you just basically putting a uniform.
Cloud Chaser Radio says keep Ezekiel.
You don't plan on using that guy at all.
Cloud Chasers Radio says keep Ezekiel Elliott far away from the Bears roster. I can't really argue with you, brother, but at the same time, Lord knows we need one more back. One more back.
All right, we got to curve this thing to another subject that's out there that we need to talk about, and that is Mr. TJ Watt.
Oh, that's just pity the fool.
Mr. TJ Watt is out there, and he's not going to Steelers camp, and it's probably costing him a lot of money right now. And he's betting that he's going to get it. I don't know that he's going to get what he's looking for from the Pittsburgh Steelers this year. Talk is out there because podcasters need something to talk about. There's a lot of people talking about this, that the Bears should make a play for him. And he's 30. First of all, Trip, I already know where you're going. We already know yo old hating ass gonna go there. I know I'm just gonna say it. He's 31 years old. He's probably got a good 2 years, maybe 3 left in him. And you hope you get 20 games out of those next 2 years. You know what I mean?
There's a lot of hope going on there.
Hope you get 20 games out of him. But I do like the player. If I think on a team like this that has a few guys that he doesn't have to come in there and take gangbuster reps, I think situationally, I'm just trying to make the case for if they made a move for him. Situationally, I think we can provide him some time away from getting reps, man. You can use him on specific downs if you need.
Who's laughing at?
No, can we not trade for and/or sign for guys who are on the extreme backside of their careers?
TJ Watt's on the extreme backside?
Can he stay on the field? No. That's why I was like, we're lucky if he gets 20 games and maybe 2 or 3 years left in his career.
What it is, Trips, is he had to play.
That's the backside.
many reps. He's the backside, but extreme backside.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
no more backside.
Say that when
No
they
more-
get
we want
35.
upsize, no
They
backside.
get 34, 35, you got a point. But he's 31.
Holy smokes! I didn't realize he was that old though.
He'll be 31 in October, Levante says.
And how much? How much? Is it? How much does he want to get paid a year too?
$80 billion. Like he's asking. He's at 30 now, so he's asking for more now from the Steelers, which means if the Bears want to step up, they're paying more than Montez Sweat money over there. And let's all remember that Dio Dangbo is eating a good chunk of cap space on the other side. So he's supposed to be that guy.
You know?
I don't know if there's $35+ million available for TJ Watt. I'm just saying.
But even if there were, I think I would take Hendrickson over Watt.
Every day, twice on Sunday.
I mean, I think in a situation for Watt, this could be a situation where he just totally pissed off with them, not happy. And if he demands a trade, he demands a trade. He can get it. He can get out that way. If they just decide to cut bait with him and just not, they can do that. They can do that. But I don't think any of that's going to happen at all. But if the Bears were interested, I think we're talking about a trade scenario. Be honest with you, this is the only way we get our hands on a guy like that.
Oh, and there's a couple players that might be viable trades. I'm not gonna say who though.
Well,
let's continue on.
All right, let's keep going because we got another guy we need to talk about, and that is Jair Alexander. Just got released.
That punk
This
ass.
is not a trade situation. He is released. And so he's out there up for grabs.
Send him to the darkness.
Throw away the rivalry for a second, Trips. What about the player? Can the player?
You mean the one that can't stay on the field?
So we got a player like that too, though.
Yeah, that we already paid.
Yeah, no, he hasn't hit a contract yet.
Oh, I was talking about Jalen.
Yeah, no, I'm talking. So is Jair a corner or a safety?
Corner,
man.
Damn. Yeah,
left
we don't
corner
need.
or
We
right
don't need.
corner.
We need no corners. I'm sorry. I know you're a corner there, brother. There's no room for corners in
We always need corners, man.
No, not corners you're paying for. Nope. There's no need for that.
Yeah, you tight ass motherfucker, you.
No, you're mortgaging the future,
team, man.
You're mortgaging the future, bro. You're mortgaging the future. If you want to contend for a Super Bowl and you need a running back like we were just talking about a minute ago, but the running back money is in Jair Alexander's pocket.
You know what's going to happen, kids? That guy is going to wait until till either camp just starts or camp is just over, and he's going to sign with the Minnesota Vikings, and they're going to tear shit up.
That's exactly who should sign him. To be frank, their secondary isn't great. They just lost the old man over there too. Harrison Smith. So maybe they need
he's a safety.
I know he's a safety, but I mean they need a little bit of help in the secondary. So maybe putting the money on somebody like that is smart for them.
Because they ain't paying nobody in their secondary other than Reddy Stewart. He ain't making no money.
But that's what I'm saying. And why did we damn it? Anyhow,
I just wanted to give you a little poke there, kid.
Yeah, I love Reddy Stewart, man. Shout out to Reddy Stewart. In any event, I don't know. I don't get him linked up with Aaron Jones over there, and they can have a good old Green Bay party. But I see that taking place before I see it happening in Chicago. We got corners. We got a secondary that's, in my opinion, top top 5 in the league secondary. That's my take on it.
All right. So
yeah, and I didn't like his whole attitude. Is
you need to have that.
Whatever. But his whole attitude was his shit didn't stink. But when he wasn't out on the field because he was always hurt, it's what the hell is that funk coming from that Alexander boy? And it's there's a lot of stinking going on, but he ain't trying to recognize it. He ain't trying to take accountability for nothing. He ain't trying to own up to nothing. It's always somebody else's fault. He's always a superstar and look the other way. And it's like, nah, fuck that. Gone with your badass. And that seems to be what Green Bay told them.
I think they just weakened their secondary by doing it.
Hey, they may have weakened their secondary, but how much did they strengthen the locker room?
Crimson nailed it, bro.
What Crimson say?
We said, wait, a DB with attitude? No way.
But you see that they replacing Jair with Mo Brooks, Mo Belton.
Mo Belton.
Bo Melton. There we go. Bo Melton. My mind.
I'm with you.
So
all
right.
So they done flipped him from wide receiver to cornerback. So their cornerback room is a little.
But his brother's a cornerback, right? Isn't that how that works? The brother's a cornerback. He was a wide receiver, and now he's a corner too.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I think anybody that's ever been through Green Bay, and you've been there for too much time, and you're gonna get fucking cabin fever unless something's wrong with your ass emotionally and mentally. There is nothing to do in that motherfucker. Nothing. He just like, what can I do to just get myself in a position where they don't want me no more? I gotta get the fuck away from here. I would be depressed. I would be depressed every time I had to come into training camp and I got to go through this shit for 10 months.
Yeah. I bet you I could search and find out where he lives. There's no way he's like,
he a Southern boy.
That's what I'm trying to say. Like, there's no he's
Cali boy, one of the two.
He'll spend some time there. You know what I mean? He's got a job to do. He'll spend his time there. He probably even has a crib there during that period of time. Yeah. Well, I bet you it's an Airbnb as soon as the season is over.
Staying.
Yeah, dog, there's nothing. Only thing you get is a goddamn truck stop somewhere and hang out there with some Ricky Rockets people and shit out in the parking lot or something. What the fuck you gonna do? I mean, there's nothing going on.
There's only so many cheese curds one can eat.
There's absolutely nothing going on.
Hey. Cheese curds are all right. I'm saying.
Well, yeah, but they will stop you up and have you on the toilet talking about, please come out.
So
please come out.
I was just checking out Cribs' comment, and it just reminded me of King of the Hill, man. It's like Hank Hill, everybody just standing outside of the lawn saying, yup.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Nothing going on, man. These are young people. Shout out to Levante. He said that's why Giannis is leaving.
Giannis said, "I've had enough.
I'm done with this."
Oh man, dude, I've been to Milwaukee. I've been up that way, man. Milwaukee I met some cool brothers there. Milwaukee is all right, man, but it stinks so bad up there with all them breweries, man.
I was gonna say that's because that's where all the beer comes from.
You enjoy
Incorporated.
Hey, Trips, you enjoy the suds when they're in your glass and you get to push them up to your damn face.
Yeah.
But making it, don't nobody want to know how the sausage is made. You don't want to know what beer smells like when you're cooking it. Stay the fuck out of Wisconsin, bro.
Well, here's the thing, though. The suds taste good. The cold hops and the barley and the IPAs go down so cold. But at the end of the night, you pass by any alley and it's like, oh, what is that funk? Oh, that's that alcohol we was drinking earlier. Whether it be in the dumpster because it's, the corner is left in the bottle, whether it be because somebody is urinating in on the wall by the dumpster, or somebody is like, ugh, and they giving it up to Earl. You know what I'm saying? Because it's coming back up that way. So it's like it all ends up at the end of the night in a funk that is not very appeasing. So enjoy it while you're sober and while it's cold, because at the end of the night, it's all going to end up in the same place.
Man, the only thing I know about Milwaukee is friggin' Laverne and Shirley, and I just dated myself right there. It's Lenny and Squiggy. That's all I know.
Do it.
Shit, Boo Boo Kitty.
Oh, you old too, man.
I got what's that channel on TV? I watch all that shit.
Me TV.
Yeah, Me TV. I love that shit. Me and my
old school
watch it all the time. We're gonna do it.
Lenny and Squiggy wasn't getting no parts of it. Big Ragu was rolling in like both of y'all right now. You hop on it. You know what I'm saying?
Hey man, we got one more spoiled cheese conversation to have, and that is because we never got a chance to talk about it. Not on Nomad at Night, not on some extra sauce, but the writing is on the wall. Aaron Rodgers is now a Steeler.
Oh, Aaron.
What? So let me set this conversation up this way. Let me just say this. Right after that, I think it was this week or yesterday. I think it was Myles Garrett. Somebody asked him the question about, Aaron Rodgers joined the Steelers. He was just like, good. He's like, now I get a chance to finally put him in his grave. They're gonna try to take him out, man. He's 41 years old. They're gonna have to run the ball a hell of a lot. Really, really get heavy into the quick game, because if that dude goes down on a heavy, like if Myles Garrett falls on that dude, it's over with, man. He'll be retired before the end of the
season. Wait. We talking about how old is he? He's in his 40s, early 40s. Coming back off of a season of the Jets where he played like a series from a ruptured Achilles. And he's coming back to be a starting quarterback for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Are they on the schedule this year?
Are they what?
They're on the schedule, I think, this year.
You're darn straight they are.
Oh, well, get some. Let's get some. We're gonna get some.
Oh, be
but I mean, do we?
He'll be his best ride when he sees us, man.
Be cool now. So,
right. But I mean, is this what? I mean, what is? Well, I'll say it like this: Pittsburgh fans, I'm sorry, because I don't know what the fuck is going on over there. Because it's like Mason Rudolph, no. Aaron, no. Mike Tomlin, no. So we're going to have to get in that ass, not no Diddy. But when we see y'all, if Aaron is still on the field, I like our defense versus the Pittsburgh offense. Sight unseen.
Hey, you know what would be just straight up poetic justice? We get that guy in Soldier Field. Montez Sweat comes off clean on his ass.
Ooh.
And I'm never one. I'm a pure football guy. I'm never going to be wishing injury on anybody. I don't care. And I don't like that bastard whatsoever. And I'm all right with the Packers more than most Bears fans, but I can't stand that motherfucker. But, if Montez Sweat cleans his ass up and puts his ass on the rack for the rest of his, you're done with football. Would that not be poetic justice?
Well, it would be. I wouldn't mind if it was Booker instead.
You see, this is where I was going. I was going to go either Booker or Shamar Turner, because I think the last time something like this went down, it was Corey. Sorry, it was Wooten, right?
Corey Wooten.
It was Corey Wooten in his first couple of starts, putting Brett Favre through the ground, and that was the end of Brett Favre for quite some time. So we'll see. Things to note. So in the chat, who said it? Who said when we hit him? It was Crimson. So we're up against him in week 12. Thank you, Crimson. I'm not sure if this guy. I don't know if he gonna make it to week 12. He's playing in one of the, we say the North is the roughest division in football. There's some rough divisions in football, y'all. One of them happens to be the other North, right? Like, it just happens to be. So you're right. He's going to be facing Myles Garrett twice a year. I wouldn't want to do that if I was 41 years old. You know what I'm saying?
Boy.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
Miles going to get him sooner or later.
Oh, he's going to get him.
No, that's the week where Aaron be like, hey, coach, my hammy feels a little tight. Go ahead, Rudolph. Go ahead, take this week.
He's gonna have a terrible game that game, because there wouldn't be not one snap that I wouldn't be looking at the corner of my left eye.
So this is where we are. I don't know if he makes it out of that. We haven't talked about the Ravens yet. They got a defense too, right? And if Trey Hendricks is still in Cincinnati, he's coming at him with he's coming too. So like it's I don't know if he makes it to week 12. If he does make it to week 12, great. Upside is we're going to have a good idea as to what the Pittsburgh Steelers are. I don't think anybody has any idea what the Chicago Bears are really going to be. Why I say that is it's going to take 4 or 5 games for folks to figure out what we're trying to do. But by game 5, you're on a part 2 of the offense and then part 3 of the offense, right? Like this thing is going to morph and shift till the first season is over. We could well keep people on their toes. Here's the downside. So I don't really expect to see Aaron Rodgers in week 10. I'm week 12. I'm just saying it. If we do see Aaron Rodgers in week 12, hopefully it is the time that Caleb Williams puts to rest his mentor. His mentor is probably a bad word. His idol, if you will. Put that man away. But there's also the possibility of things going the other direction, which is Steelers eat us alive. And then we got to go deal with actual Green Bay right after that in the next few games twice.
Man, can you imagine some kind of play where there's oh Lord, well, I'll say it, but a rollout or bootleg, which I don't think he can run anymore.
No,
but having like a speedster like Hippolyte bearing down on that ass.
Oh no!
Oh man, dude, like there's one player when it comes to football that I'm going straight out. What's old boy's name that was the defensive coordinator for the Saints that got in all that? Greg Williams. He was the D coordinator when they got all them,
Oh, you're talking about
yeah. I'm going there. I'm putting it on his ass.
No, Bounty Gate.
If you get kicked out the game, if you get fined, we'll fucking get together and pay your fine. But get that motherfucker. That's where I'm at. Get him.
Coming out next week wearing his sock on your helmet.
Get him. Get him. But all right, let's move on, man, because we're gonna get real Bears.
So in other words, what you're saying is fuck Ron.
Man.
Yep, that's what we're saying across the board. I think holistically, yes.
Dude, I don't got no love for him when you do that to my team in front of the world and tell people that you own us. No, that's where all the and I'm not pro trying to hurt nobody, but that's when I'm throwing all the rules out there. That's it. Get his ass.
I'm gonna say one last thing about this whole Steelers thing, and like this is it, Mike Tomlin. You know what I mean? Like this is it. This is it.
We ain't got to go into Mike Tomlin. I know you want to go.
No, but he's like the reality here is this is a Hail Mary attempt for something to go down with the Steelers. If it doesn't work out, and it has a high potential to go the opposite direction here. If it doesn't work out, Mike Tomlin's got some things to talk about and answer to.
Why is it Mike Tomlin?
Huh? Because
Mike Tomlin, he ain't the one with the purse.
No, but here's the deal. Like Mike Tomlin's been. The Pittsburgh Steelers have been in a place where the Chicago Bears were very familiar with over the course of 7 years. They're stuck in purgatory, man. They'll make the playoffs or just underneath it. They'll be a 500 team. They can't get a quarterback. They can't get their roster straight. It's a problem area that they're in. So at some point, they have to press the reset button. And if you're going to press it, do you press it and keep the coach? Or do you flush the whole thing and start anew? It's kind of like they might be at that level, and the fans may lose their shit if this Aaron Rodgers situation goes sideways. If TJ Watt decides to push the panic button and leave, I
mean, and he's had opportunity. I mean, look at the offensive coordinators that have come and gone. And
Arthur Smith is not terrible. You know what I mean? Like he's not a terrible OC over there either.
But since Big Ben has left, they've gone young quarterback. They've gone veteran quarterbacks, and nothing seems to take. So now they are reaching for the stars with Aaron. You know, at this time of his career, when that says a lot, where it's like, hey, Tomlin, you've already felt a lot of heat recently, and now we're going for another veteran quarterback. Yeah, this is bubble season, it seems like, for him.
Hold on for 1 second, Trips, because Melon Smasher sometimes is a little erratic in the chat. I don't say sometimes. I see him in a lot of places, but he's decent when he comes in. I appreciate that, Melon Smasher. You just got to know, I appreciate the fact that you being reasonable and just talking like you got some sense here. But this is a very poignant statement here. He says Steelers penciled in for 10 wins. D-line is loaded. Agree. Drafted D tackle from Oregon, Derek Harmon. Love that pick. DN Jack Sawyer from Ohio State, which is why TJ Watt is expendable right about now. Just wanted to put that out there. And running back Caleb Johnson out of Iowa. Not as big on him, but I think he fits them very, very well, what they do. I think it'll be pretty good. But that's a very, very good statement. You know, those moves right there are, you know, they can play defense. They'll be able to run the ball. They already got.
You know, you can chuck it up to DK Metcalf.
Yeah, you know, they won't have to ask him a whole lot. I think they are penciled in for 10 wins.
You know, but Crimson's saying 8.5 wins, and he bet the under. You know, because all it takes is for, you know, it not to go right or Ron to go down, and now Rudolph is on the spot. Maybe he's the next coming, or maybe he's just, you know, another Trubisky, another the other guy that's now in Tennessee, where the other guy Mayonnaise is out at. You know, maybe Mayonnaise surfaces in Pittsburgh and, you know, leads them to, you know, glory or not. But yeah, I mean, it's just, you know, the drama around the league that doesn't have anything to do with Hallis Hall is nice to, you know, chat about sometimes.
Hey, Crooked, I'm just saying, I don't know. It's that time where they kind of have to put up or shut up, and I could see some shaking happening in that tree, and like maybe Tomlin survives all that, maybe, right? Maybe he survives all that, but I can't see this roster as it looks today surviving it. I don't think TJ Watt would be around next season if this is a 500 season, and that's really where I'm at. If it's another 500 season, they are just going to continue in purgatory. It's almost to their benefit if Aaron Rodgers shits the bed.
All right, we're about to take a hard ass turn for our supporters, the No Maniacs, the Super No Maniacs. They came here for the Bears conversation. This conversation is about to get hardcore as F. I'm telling you right now. And so I'm gonna simplify this question with you guys. And you get one name. We could talk about some other guys on the other side of your one name once we go back around. But play with me here. Give me, kids, I'm starting with you. Give me one vet that you'll be paying particular attention to come training camp. One vet. That guy can be 2 years and beyond, whoever. I'll start if you want me to. I'm taking Zach.
You go ahead. You go ahead.
I'm taking Zach Pickens. I think Zach Pickens is up against it. I think Zach Pickens probably on that defensive front has the most to prove. Out of all those guys on the defensive front, you can talk about Booker, you can talk about Dexter, you can talk about any of those guys along that defensive front. If I'm Dennis Allen, I'm coming right into this camp telling Ben Johnson right out, I want to see what this cat, Zach Pickens, can bring to the table after we put his feet to the fire. That's exactly what I'd be paying attention to if it's me. That's just one guy to take him off the table.
Whoa, okay.
On defense, you guys.
Fair.
Oh, okay. You specified. Now I got to rethink my answer. Go ahead, kids.
Fair. So I'm going to ask a question now. Like, does a recent free agent acquisition count as a vet?
Yeah.
Dio Dangbo.
Okay. I'll take that. Why?
Because I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I don't know about Dio Dangbo. His numbers and his tape don't necessarily speak to what I want to hear. I want to hear it. I want to see it. I want it to be an impression made. I want people to know he's here and why. That's what I'm talking about.
Let me challenge you, kids.
Huh?
You said his numbers, and then you said his tape. Tell
Yeah.
me what about his tape that you didn't like and made you have pause. Tell me.
He's not fast. He's not a speed rusher. He's got a little bit of power, but he's not very powerful.
A lot of power.
Like, he's got power, but not a lot of power. Like
He's got a lot of power, dude.
I think there's other guys who are more powerful at the edge rusher position on this team as it stands. Like I think Shamar Turner, if they flipped him, might be more. Like I do, and he's a rookie. Montez Sweat's more powerful, but again, you kind of expect that from Montez Sweat. Montez Sweat is also much faster. I just don't know. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. I'm thinking if we're sticking to defense, a veteran that really needs to bring it at camp, Dominique Sewell. Oh, I'm sorry. Noah Robinson.
Dom Rob.
Or
what he did there?
You see,
You trying to do that, man? Come on, man. You trying to take two, man. Get one, man. You gonna come back around to your ass?
Well, shit. I guess
the other though.
Let's start with because each room is deep. So let's start with Dom Rob because of the depth and the competition on the defensive line. Dom Rob has had an opportunity now, several seasons, to develop his body, to develop pass rush moves and run stopping moves at defensive end, and to show something on special teams. Now, I have heard that his name has come up this mini camp and OTAs as somebody who has shown up, nicely, but we got to put the pads on, and he's going to have to show that he can hold up against the run, that he can have more than a bull rush, have a couple of tools in the bag that he can pull out to get to the quarterback, as well as contribute on special teams.
Oh, there's the one.
All right.
What's that?
All right.
Sorry.
Y'all need another go round. Do we need another go round?
Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do. Because like the Minister Charles and Chi-Town Jester just said the guy that I probably should have really said.
Okay, go ahead. Take it.
And there he is on the screen right now. So Tremaine Edmonds is definitely the guy that's in my crosshairs. And I'm going to say it from a positive perspective this time around. I think in this new attacking style 4-3, he can be a dangerous dude. So I just want to see evidence of it. That's all. Right? Like there's opportunity for him to be utilized on the blitz, whereas he was not at all. He is better in coverage for the most part, but I've seen him on the blitz in Buffalo, and he was pretty dangerous. Add that into the mix a little bit. I kind of want to see it. So, yeah, Tremaine for sure.
Mm-hmm. And if we the second go around, Noah Sewell. I mean, for whatever reason, health-wise or personality conflict-wise with the Flus, he wasn't on the field. When he was on the field, he was there, but maybe a little what do you call it? A day late and a dollar short, from making those plays. And so the time that he's had, and now the amount of competition that there is in the linebacker room, he's going to have to show something to earn his keep. Because there are way too many guys in the name of, Carl Johnson or Hippolyte or there's a couple more, Albam Bigamiga, amen.
Amen.
You trying to get them all in, man. You took your one, man.
There's guys that are pushing for roster spots, and Sewell, he has the pedigree, the name, but he yet show it.
All right. I'm going to surprise you guys. And I'm going to explain myself before I drop this name. I think I saw some things last year. In fact, I was so happy when I heard Kevin Byard mention it before. I think it was at the end of training camp because I kept seeing stuff out there. But I think, there's a lot of questions surrounding the safety position. There's a lot of people like myself and other people that felt like, all right, they would make a strong move in this draft for safety. But they did not. They did not. And I'll tell you one reason why. And I think a guy that I think is going to show improve again in this camp, why he's still on this roster. And I think that's Elijah Hicks. I'm going to be paying close attention to I saw some really, really good stuff on film. Maybe I'll do a breakdown on that because I think the way he's progressed, I think it's beautiful. I think it's beautiful. He's packed on a couple pounds of muscle. He's really starting to understand the position from an NFL perspective, and it's really starting to show. Man, he's got great leverage on when he's playing deep safety on his own. Though when he's one high, that's one of the things that really stood out to me when he's playing one high. How he maintains a really good leverage, really good angles when he comes down to make a play on the ball. I mean, he's very, very rarely out of position. I'm telling you guys, you might not have seen it live during games this year, but I'm telling you, on tape, you will see. If you know what to look at, you will see. Elijah Hicks is playing some really, really good football when he was healthy, really good. And so I think that guy is going to really maintain his role in this defense. I think Dennis Allen's going to like him. That's what I'm saying right now. I'm predicting right now Elijah Hicks will still be he'll probably back up. I would say they probably want him to back up Kevin Byard, but I think he's a little light to put in the box on a regular basis. I still think he is. I think he's not structured, but I think he's second to Kevin Byard when this thing shakes out.
Kids?
Well, there's been some interesting talk of particular characters. I just want to, man, y'all got me looking at Noah Sewell's stat line, and it kind of depressed me. You know what I mean? Like for the amount of talk that we a certain somebody has raised about Noah Sewell. They're like, I know that I complain about it, and I know you feel the same way. We really haven't seen much from this character. My boy got 5 snaps last season. That's crazy. So
I ain't so worried about that. Why are we talking about him? Man, I'm telling you, Elijah Hicks, man. Elijah.
See how he switched that up.
Well, it makes it easy for the editing.
We'll have a go around about Noah Sewell if you guys want to, but Elijah Hicks, I seen stuff on tape and I'm just excited about it. And I'll tell you that this guy, in fact, I think because of his twitchiness and his ability to be able to run and be quick and fast, I think man coverage in Dennis Allen's defense fits him much better than what he played in the zone coverage and those concepts under Flus. I think this is right up his alley. I'm telling you, we're talking about.
It looks like he has the attitude and the determination to come up and hit you, but he's just too slight to have he doesn't have the frame to do that over and over and over and over again. So his best attributes need to be out in coverage where he doesn't have to bring the wood that much. And with that said, he looked like he could be sticky in coverage as long as he was playing and not thinking, because he's that scrappy kind of hardworking, whistle to whistle guy, or hike to whistle guy, play to the whistle guy, that he will be willing in coverage. In man coverage, he'll be willing in zone. He'll be willing to blitz. He'll be willing to come up and stop the run. So he has all the right mental makeups. It's just physically he's not as, let's say, gifted as some other players in the league with the same traits of size, weight, and height.
I'll give you another hot take, Triple R. Don't be surprised if Dennis Allen gives him some run at slot corner. I saw some stuff on tape when he was at Cal. This guy, I thought he was a better corner. I thought he had better corner characteristics than he had safety. I think safety was always a push for him because of his physical nature, his physical frame. I think, okay, you give him some run at safety if that's what you want to do with him, but I think he's more suited to play corner or slot corner. Don't be surprised if Dennis Allen sticks him at slot corner and gives him some run at that during camp. Don't be surprised whatsoever, because this dude's got the twitch to do it. Got the foot speed.
Now, like your boy Millet Smasher saying, Dennis Allen can't stop tight ends, never has been able to. I could see Hicks, sticking up and staying with some tight ends.
Oh yeah, he had to as a safety, so he can do that. So you can check that box. You can check that box. He will. I think if Dennis Allen is smart, he gives him some run at slot just to see. He's going to be playing a backup role no matter what he does. And so if you give him some more reps, and it sounds like Dennis Allen is real open about where to put guys and where to give them reps at. And if he's seeing what I saw on tape, I'm telling you guys right now, come back and tell us, hey, no matter, you might have been on point here. You might hear that Elijah Hicks is taking slot corner reps. I'm telling you. Don't be surprised.
All right. A lot of folks are saying John Owens is the guy to look at too in that position.
No, safety.
He's more of a box to me. Like, I know he puts the wood down, and I like that. But he didn't really jump out last season. I'll also say that he jumped out a heck of a lot more in a green and yellow uniform, in my opinion, than he did in a blue and orange one. There's a couple other guys I think I want to pay a bit of attention to. One of them is Smith. I don't know what happens with Mr. Smith this year. Terrell Smith, man. I want to see him on the field in some capacity that isn't necessarily just a backup capacity. I think he has the tools to do the job. I think he might be viable in the safety room as well. We've had this discussion in the past. I don't think he'd be anywhere near as valuable in the nickel position, but I'd like to see him on the field, and I don't really want to see him on the field as a Tariq Stevenson backup case scenario only. I hope he can find himself. He can carve some sort of a place for himself in this on this roster.
All right, let's take it to the offensive side of the ball, and just for the sake of, we need to keep it moving. We get one go round with this one, so make it good, and I'll just go to the lower end of the rung, so that you guys get your hand pick of what you want to talk about. We're talking about veteran on the offense, and the guy that I would want to point out I want to see what this guy does in this camp. And will he hang on to a roster spot? And that is, I don't even know who to pick yet. I'm going to go real low end. I'm going to go with, what's the guy, the center that's been here?
Kramer?
I want to see if he keeps his job.
Doug Kramer?
Doug Kramer. I'll go Doug Kramer. Let's see if Doug Kramer can stay on this roster and Ricky Stromberg doesn't beat him out.
I don't see that being it. Wow. Yeah, you went low.
I had to go there.
You went low. I don't
Get low.
Yeah.
I'm trying to give you guys some opportunity to talk about something.
Yeah,
If we're talking about Caleb, you might want to talk about anybody.
If we're getting low, we might as well just start it off with the most obvious character of them all, and that is a Mr. Scott.
Oh, damn, Tyler.
Yeah. So we'll just keep it obvious. There's Minister Charles right there with me for sure. Yeah, I don't know what happens with Tyler Scott. Like, I was just watching Olamide Zaccheaus today. Who boy, my boy is doing a slide. He's doing slide routes, and he just
to the left.
He looks so smooth with it, and
he could pick him up and put him down too, can't he?
Hey, was that a personal shot, Melon Smasher? Was that personal? I'm just messing with you, Melon Smasher. Okay. But yeah, like, he's probably gonna wind up on the Argonauts.
We're talking about vet guys now. Talking about
all right, I get. Well, Tyler Scott is a vet guy.
He's a vet. I was just saying that to Relentless Mikey because he threw up
okay.
JP. That's my guy.
Well, here. All right, here's my guy. After his sperm cell treatments, how does Ryan Bates look? With his shoulder.
I think it's stem cells.
Oh, I'm sorry. What did I say?
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah.
Oh, my bad. So how does Ryan Bates hold up? Does he earn a spot on this offensive line because he's making, not a whole lot of money, but like 5 million or so. So a nice pretty penny that could go toward the coffers. And we got, Newman, hello Newman, and other offensive linemen on the younger side trying to make their name in the league, whereas Bates and his bum shoulder have given us, bupkis since we traded for him. So that's the guy I'm looking at to come in and show that he's healthy and can make a difference when called upon.
Joke in there somewhere.
All right, I'm moving right on around, man, because this will keep going on and on and on if I allow it. But let's go. We said the vet guys, a rookie guy that I'm going to be paying attention to, rookie guy in this camp on offense that I'm paying really, really close attention to, and that is J.P. Richardson. With we're talking about, we're going to get into a conversation about what's going on with Luka Burden, what's going on with Colston Loveland, but I think J.P. Richardson is going to be the offensive. I'm talking about his skill set purely.
Oh, man.
His skill set tells me that this guy is going to be a darling of this camp. And I've been saying that since we got him. And I've seen that a few podcasters are starting to pick that up too, because they probably went to the tape and saw it. But his skill set is outstandingly mature for his age. And I think he's going to be the rookie offensive guy to watch in this camp.
That's terrible news.
Yeah, for Tyler Scott.
No, for Luther Burden and Colston Loveland. Like, that's who. Huh?
It's going to be true.
I don't want to hear it. See, this is, I was saying the other day that I didn't want to really hear, as positive as it is to hear that Dominique Robinson is standing out. That's not really the guy I'm trying to hear about. I'm trying to hear about the guy you just threw $8 million at per year. That's who I want to hear is standing out. In this situation, I want to hear about the number 1 and number 2 draft pick this season.
We're gonna be talking about them, man. What do you think about J.P. Richardson, bro?
I think J.P. Richardson is just as buried in this depth chart as Tyler Scott is. That's my thoughts on it. I'm not trying to take anything away from him.
Let's look at it like this, kids. While it would be disappointing, with Luther Burden out, whether it be for a contract dispute or for soft tissue injury or whatever the reason he's out, if JP can take those reps and be like, "Hey, coach, look at me," and he keeps making plays to where it's to a point to where it's like they can't look away, you can't be mad at it. Because that's just better depth. Yes, I can't be mad at it. I mean, you could be mad at Luther. You know what I'm saying? Because he's not there to Luther.
Yeah, Trips, he's going to be mad at we spent the draft pick on.
You know what I'm going to be mad at?
Well, I mean, how do you say that? It's like, all right, you spent a draft pick, and the dude is like, all right, well, there's a contract issue. Oh, okay, well, now he can't get on the field. And it's like, all right, it's still early. Get whatever the fuck. But guess what? We found this JP guy, UDFA, and he can come in and make a difference. He can make a play when you need it. Okay, cool. Let's give Luther time. Guess what? He's still a rookie. If he needs to get his mind right, if he needs to get his body right, you wish that it would already have been right, but we got time. There's no rush, so put him to the back burner and let JP get those reps. Because if JP can benefit the team by being available and able to catch first downs or touchdowns, that's all the better.
So let me phrase this all correctly. So we'll just start with JP himself. You know what I'm saying? My young man, get after it, bro. Do what you need to do. Get on this roster. Show up the 4 guys who were in front of you and be that guy. So let me just be as positive as I could effing be. Now let me flip it. If this kid is the guy and he shows up and oversteps Olamide Zaccheaus, Devin Duvernay, and the 2nd round draft pick you just selected, I'm all kinds of mad.
Well, I mean, are you happy because you found a
Oh, I'm
guy
happy that you found a guy, but
So,
I'm
I
all
mean-
kinds of mad. I'm all kinds of mad at the missing.
You know, that kind of thing happens all the time, kids.
Yeah,
but
it does.
just
I'm
to be
hoping it doesn't.
truthful, I'm hoping that Duvernay keeps his ass to special teams, punt
I
returns,
think,
kick
I think
returns.
he's running away with that was a topic, but let's just we'll talk about that. He's going to run away with the special teams job, whether it's kick return, punt return.
Right, but let wide receiver reps go to actual wide receivers.
Fair.
You know, no more of that bullshit like last season when what's his face got all those wide receiver reps.
Hey, it wasn't that bad. He was doing
Well,
better
he
than
was
the
a
other guy
regular-
that we were talking about.
How do we know he wasn't on the field?
Yup.
All right, we did not get a vet I mean, not a vet, but we did not get a rookie defensive guy on the list. Give me one, kids. Give me one triple R. Give me one rookie that you'll be paying particular attention to during this camp. One rookie defense.
Well, if you're asking me, I'm going Shamar for sure. I want to see what he's about. I like. We've been missing nasty, and I think he's nasty. So that's what I want to see. I want to see Shamar Turner turn up. That's where I'm at.
Who do we take on defense? We took Shamar, we took Hippolyte, we took Zay. I'll go with Zay, or is it pronounced Za? I've heard Zay, but it's written Za. I don't know yet. So, yeah, him. You know, his height, his measurables, you know, are very attractive to what Dennis Allen's scheme on this defensive is. But I want to see if the kid can actually play. You know, can he get his hands on those balls because of his height? You know, whether it be in zone and or man. Can he stick with professional wide receivers? I want to see if he can be not a starting cornerback, but one that has the tools. It's like, oh yeah, he's somebody that we can develop and have as good depth, you know, on this roster. Because as good as this cornerback room is with Jalen, you know, with Tariq, as long as he got his head out of his ass, and then, you know, Terrell Smith, as long as he stays healthy, then you got Blackwell backing up Gordon in the slot. So there's still, you know, Amir Speed and other guys trying to make a name for themselves. So there's still room for Za to be able to make the actual 53. And I would be interested to see if he can do that.
I'm going to get you right.
I'm going to
get you right, Trips. It's Zay. It's Zay Frazier.
Right, Zay, Z-A-Y, but it's spelled Z-A-H.
I'm going to have to ask that man to come on the show.
Zameo.
Right. It's spelled Z-A-H, but pronounced Z-A-Y.
Yeah, he got it right in the pressure. He made sure he corrected everybody. But
that's like,
right.
Look, one guy that I would pay close attention to if I were you all, number 93, and that is Xavier Carlton, who we pushed hard on this network. I know when we did the shows with FFG, we did the prospect shows, I went in on this guy, and we ended up getting him as a UDFA, which was very, very smart. 6'6", 6'7". I think he's closer to 6'7", 275. He's a monster. He fits this role, and I want to see. And it sounds like from what I'm hearing from other podcasters or reporters that have been there, sounds like he showed up on, you know, in OTAs. And that's nothing. You know, when they put the pads on, I think a guy like that's physical, strong, you really expect a guy like that to really show improvement. I expect Xavier Carlton, number 93. That's the guy I'm be paying close attention to see how many reps he get. I think a guy that held on at least to a practice squad job the whole year is Jamry Chroma is probably on the other side of probably on the wrong side of this thing just because of Xavier Carlton's size. You know, he fits this bill, and I don't dislike Jamry Chroma. I believed in him when we got him. He's just going to have to show improve and stand out a little bit more than this guy. But I'm telling you, we got a beast of a UDFA and Xavier Carlton. I think he'll show whatever happens, you know, at the end of training camp, whether he keeps a spot on the actual roster or he gets a practice squad role, whatever it is, I will be watching number 93 closely, just to put it out.
All right.
Right.
All right. Offensively, monitoring the offense. Now you can talk. You can go with a particular player. I'm talking about schematically. What would I be paying most attention to in this camp? And that is how they're getting this running game going. I will be paying close attention when they put the pads on, how well this running game is functioning. Some people, I'm leaving it open for you guys to talk about Caleb, how well he's getting the offense, but I'm going to be paying close attention to how well this running game is functioning, and I'll talk more about that when we get around the second time.
Yeah, I'm glad you left the obvious one open because I have I have about like this much faith in the running situation. I have a lot more faith in the offensive line situation. So I'm gonna leave the obvious one for my guy underneath me. I'm paying all the attention to the offensive line. I think we've got 4 positions on that line rock solid and ready to go. Couldn't say those words this time last season. There's really only one position that's in flux, and I think we've got 3 answers to that particular problem. One of those answers is unfortunately injured. The other 2 are battling it out. I want to see what falls out of that particular battle. So I'm very interested in how this offensive line shores up and shows up. But so far, again, sounds a lot like we got 4 guys ready to go, and that's big news.
I'm interested to see how the defense holds up against the run when we practice against the other 2 teams, who are going to run some plays, obviously, in the run game that, this defense has not practiced against at nauseum, seeing the offense. And I want to see how the interior holds up, as when we saw when Billings went off the field last season, there was no more run defense.
We're gonna go there too, Trips. We're gonna go there
so,
too.
I mean, that's the unit that I'm interested in seeing, the D line, and how they stand up against the run.
I'm gonna come right back to you in a few minutes. Another thing about the offense that I'm gonna be paying close attention to is, and people seem to think that it's not a big deal that Caleb Williams is switching up his feet, going left foot forward instead of right foot forward. He's probably been doing that for about 15 years without blinking and executing his offense, whatever he was doing. And, I'm like 50-50 on this. And I understand why Ben Johnson is doing it. It definitely is going to help him get that ball out faster, a split second or so, but it's not going to really take much off of, how Caleb Williams functions when he puts the ball in his hand. I didn't see like with his right foot forward last year that in the quick game, I'm talking about in the screen game and all that kind of stuff that he has to do, Trips. I'm not, he got that ball out pretty quick and effectively. You know what I mean? And it wasn't any problem, but all I'm saying is I understand why Ben Johnson is switching that up and trying to get Caleb used to that, but you gotta get really, really used to that. Like you gotta take rep after rep after rep. I think it takes a while to remove that right foot forward muscle memory. Versus that's the one thing I'm worried about.
Every morning, before he has his he can't eat Cheerios because he's on that Tom Brady diet, and they can't eat just about nothing, I don't think. But whatever he can eat before he eats it, he can do some reps, on his footwork. Before lunch, whatever he's allowed to eat, he can do some reps on his footwork. Before bed, reps on his footwork. I mean, he doesn't need to be in the facility to do that. This is something, he can do in his backyard, considering that his backyard is a practice field. You know what I mean? So he can definitely do it there. He can go out, walk his dog in the park and do it. So these are reps that he can get in during the off season, just during his regular schedule. So I'm not really concerned about it. And considering that he's the one, Caleb Williams, that wanted to be coached hard, and maybe last season he didn't know what he didn't know. but now a professional offense, and Ben Johnson, a professional offensive mind guru, comes in and says, hey, as quarterback, it's more efficient if you do it this way. Caleb seems to be all in on it, mentally, as the aspects of why this is a necessary thing. And so he's doing it physically. I don't really see it as a worry. It's just something that part of Caleb's game he has to improve on and change to progress.
I want to see, with respect to what you just broke down, Triple R, you sent me something maybe last week, and I want to show it. I want to see him doing stuff like this. All right, bear with me.
This can't be you gotta. No.
Don't worry, there's no sound. All right, this is a certain Texans quarterback. That's what I want to see.
He's doing a Dak Prescott.
Doing the Dak Prescott, just get your feet right, swing. That's all I want to see from this young man. Just a little bit of that, focusing on getting your feet right as you progress. And you see it with Dak. You see it with what the heck was that kid's name? You know who I'm talking about. Texas quarterback. Anyway, Stroud,
CJ.
When you're looking at these guys, that's just them getting reset and feeling the motion of the throw through the body as opposed to necessarily through the arm and using the arm to guide the pass. I would love to see that from Caleb.
All right. Let's keep this thing rolling like an MFer, man, because we should, because you guys are going to like the second half of the show when we get into some extra sauce. Y'all going to love this, so let's keep rolling. Mm-hmm. I think we already covered this defensively, but because Trips jumped ahead of that defensively, he said, what you said you would be monitoring defensively? Trips said again.
Them stopping the run, stopping ability.
Oh, yeah.
All right. I would say, again, I'm going to monitor who's getting reps at safety defensively. I'm going to see who's getting those, Jonathan Owens, Elijah Hicks, these young kids, talking about Major Burns. We're talking about the kid from Oregon. We're going to see who shows up safety-wise. I think they brought multiple guys in here for a reason, and they felt like, okay, we circled this position as a position of, okay, we might have some movement here. Let's get ahead of this and get a few guys in here to see. Not only did they bring a couple of UDFAs in here, but they went in the offseason and made sure that they, in the free agent period, made sure that they got some bodies in this camp, like a couple guys, man. It's like a few guys that they're going to take a good, hard look at, because I believe part of this conversation is Kyler Gordon transitioning and getting some safety reps. Other guys in his position, maybe getting some, reps at different spots. I think all of that's part of the game plan, moving guys around and see who fits where. I think that is definitely going to be a hot topic of this training camp, is who's playing safety, who's playing nickel, who's getting reps at either one of those spots. Tell me.
You think he's a safety?
Who?
Kyler Gordon.
Oh, he can play some safety.
I don't know.
Man, he's twitched up. In this defense? Oh,
Is it like clearly free? So you're saying he would take Kevin Byard's role?
No, I'm not saying. Listen, this is what I'm saying.
Rotate with Byard?
He could play anywhere along in that secondary because of his twitch and natural FBI.
Well, clearly not box, though. Like, he's not a box.
He's already in the box.
He's not a box safety, but he can.
No. He's playing in the box already as a slot corner.
Yeah.
He's already doing that.
Not his box safety.
He's
I would all right, Kyler Gordon, he could take some reps at safety, but I would see Tyseem Johnson, the kid from Oregon, as more of a natural safety. I remember watching Oregon play, and it's like, damn, that short little dude's pretty good out there. He could come up and fill when necessary, but he was just more of a natural free safety. And that's what we need, and if he can learn under Byard, that would be cool. So Kyler, man, can stick to what he's extremely good at, at nickel corner. That would be awesome.
You got the difference in Kyler playing slot corner and safety in Fluce's defense is two different things. The thinking is a part of that conversation. In Dennis Allen's scheme, he's just going to ask him. I think you can match up against a tight end. I think you can match up down the field on a running back. If you catch him one-on-one and he's going on a wheel route and taking you all the way down the field, I think you can do that. I think you can play high safety. I think you can play box safety. That's all it is. He's not going to get out of anything normal to him. He's just going to play more man-to-man while he's doing it. That's all it is.
I know the idea is to get him on the field more. I just don't know. I don't know if I like him in the safety conversation.
He's just twitchier than any safety we have.
He is. I'm not sure if
he can make plays on the ball, kid. That's why you want a guy like that deep.
I don't know, man.
Well, then if you get Kyler, man, playing safety, who you got playing nickel corner or slot corner? Blackwell.
Oh, Blackwell's like, that's not a bad move either. You know what I mean? Like, to be honest with you, Blackwell actually, he plays the nickel spot quite well. He does actually.
Kyler can leap out of the gym. You got to think about.
I'm not questioning his.
Just imagine Kyler playing one high safety, and let's just say the offense gets into a hurry up, and because they feel like, okay, we got a one high safety, let's keep him there. Kyler's playing one high safety, and they're one-on-one matched up, and they ain't changing the defense. They feel like they can get what they need to get done. Kyler reads a play, and it's 10 yards in front of him, like down in a let's just say a tight end is going on a seam, and he's been seeing this play 2 or 3 times in a row when they're getting these certain downs and distances. Kyler's got the twitch to come and break on that ball. And not only, you can't throw it over Kyler. Kyler's got hops like a fucking jackrabbit. This is why you give him run at safety, because eventually I think Kyler will be playing he will be a safety at some point. I think it's early in his career. Slot corner is a really, really good role for him. But at some point, Kyler Gordon will be a safety in this league, a lot like, let's just say, Woodson was. I mean, he started off as a corner and ended up as a safety. That's where Kyler Gordon's going to go. I'm telling you, man, this is good for Kyler Gordon and the Bears.
So I'm going to ask the obvious question. Would you rather him at a safety position at some point, or would you rather him on the outsides in a corner position?
I like him more as safety because he's got better twitch.
He's more versatile. He's more versatile just to put at corner. He can, do the safety stuff. He can do the corner stuff. He can do some linebacker stuff, So his versatility is more valuable in the middle of the field as opposed to just putting him in a corner.
Shout out to the Bishop, man. That was a good one. I don't know who the odd man out would be.
I think
this is really where my head space is right now. Like right now, the odd man out in conversation would potentially be Kevin Byard, and that's okay. As much as I love, hold on.
I can't let you have that take, kid. You're gonna go too far, and I'm gonna put you on the short.
Stop kiboshing my short, Stop kiboshing. Like at the end of the day. You know how much I love Kevin Byard. I'm just saying that, as Tripp would say for me, he is getting up in age, and at some point they will have to move on. So putting Kyler in that position isn't crazy. That's all I'm saying. All right, that's not the craziest, wildest take in the world. It makes a lot of sense, but there's 2 other guys that I think would do well over there too. I think Tariq would do well there. I think Terrell would do well there. And I'm trying to figure out who's the best body.
Who's the odd man out? And I'll give you a straight answer. I think I think it's Terrell Smith, because I think he was drafted as a zone corner in a zone scheme defense. And I'm not saying he won't be able to transition well to man-to-man defense with Dennis Allen, but I didn't see enough of it on tape when I watched him at Minnesota. And I think he's the odd man out. I've been saying that all off season.
Well, he's already the odd man out. He's already on the bench right now, like as the way that things shake out. So if you're looking at the starters, who's the odd man out if Kyler moves back?
Yeah, because Bayer's not going to move up into the box and replace.
You know what I'm saying? Like that's what I'm saying. It's got
and Kyler is starting if he's moving back to safety.
Byron
So that bumps Bayer back to the bench just right there.
Byron ain't going nowhere, man. Y'all tripping.
Well, how do you play Kyler at safety and Bayer?
I gotta laugh because you're the one who brought
that means
Kyler back there in the first place. Oh no, you can't.
Listen. The reason they're giving Kyler Gordon reps at safety because they're unsure about Jaquan Brisker.
He ain't no box safety though. Like he's not.
He's playing in the. What do you think a slot corner does? He's in the box.
He lays like he's in the box differently though. Like he lays the wood. And I'm talking about Jaquan. I'm not sure if Kyler's really a guy that I would say lays the wood. He doesn't. He can get in there.
Make solid tackles.
He can
make
solid
He's
tackles.
closer to the line of scrimmage than Jaquan Brisker. What are you talking about?
Yeah. Here's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about when a running back is screaming upfield and you have one man to stop him, and you send Ronnie Lott, and Ronnie Lott destroys that man. You know what I mean? Puts him in the ground. I'm obviously making you send Mike Brown and he destroys that man. Like, this is what I'm talking about. I'm not sure if that's Kyler Gordon.
It's not.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Kyler is very good at run support, but he is not a box safety. He's not going to make his living, coming downhill.
What I'm saying.
He's going to be more of a twinkle toes.
He's a free safety,
the way
if anything. He's
using his athletic abilities to rush the quarterback and make tackles when necessary, but put him back out in the secondary where he can make plays on the ball. That's where his talent is more necessary given it.
So Bayer,
I know y'all coming from. What I would say to you is, do you think we take a shortcoming by having Kyler come off and blitz versus Jaquan Brisker? What do you think there's a difference there?
Sorry, say that again. Sorry.
Wait, what?
So if they blitz in the run, let's just say they send a corner on a run blitz, or they send Jaquan Brisker.
That's different. That's
okay. Now that's one thing. Now Kyler is out there at the same time Jaquan is out there. They probably have the same amount of depth. I think Jaquan might be a little bit further behind, might have another 3 or 4 or 5 yards in depth on Kyler. So Kyler's closer. Jaquan's a little bit deeper in coverage. And so what you're telling me is, physically, you don't think Kyler Gordon can bring the same thing to the table as Jaquan Brisker. I think that's
rep after rep after rep after rep after rep.
Okay. I think they're different athletes.
I feel you now.
I think they're different athletes. I think that Kyler Gordon is a faster, I'm going to use the word smarter, but it's not the right word. He's a tackler, as in he's going to wrap you up and bring you to the ground.
Solid tackler.
You know what I mean? Like he's good at what he does.
Good form tackler.
He's not going to put you in the dirt. Jaquan going to put you in the dirt.
Yeah, no snot bubbles.
Yeah, hey, how did I get here? You know what I mean? That's what happens when Jaquan Brisker comes screaming down at you. When Kyler Gordon's coming through on a quarterback blitz, if he's blitzing the QB, he's not cleaning the quarterback's clock. He's putting him down, though. They're both effective. I'm just saying it's a bit of a different thing. If Derrick Henry's coming, I don't think I want Kyler Gordon as the last resort. He's going to get run down. I'm not really saying that Jaquan Brisker isn't going to get run down either, but I would rather have Jaquan in this scenario.
And I don't think Kyler, he doesn't have the physical makeup and the bricks in his pocket to run, box safety like that.
That's what I'm saying.
He's not built for that.
I think Jaquan Brisker, I like him. I love him. I mean, as a matter of fact, I love that football player.
Me too.
But the idea of Kyler Gordon playing safety, you got to remember Jalen Petrie, who's a slot corner now, he started off as a safety, big time playmaker in the NFL. Started off in the NFL as a safety. He was a playmaker then. He's a playmaker now. They just moved him closer to the line of scrimmage because he's that twitchy. Kyler Gordon is one of those football players that because of his athleticism, that agility, and that twitch, you don't ever put a ceiling on that guy. You're right. You guys are right.
Sure I'm not really putting a ceiling.
What I'm saying is, what you don't want to do is have them primarily play box safety. That's probably the best thing for you.
Put a ceiling on them on the field wise, limiting their abilities to make plays in other parts of the field and other positions.
Yeah, you don't want to have them primarily playing box safety, but if you got to, you got to.
Like this, that's I don't, and for all intents and purposes, I don't think you got to ever, like really, like, you know what I mean. I can see him being again that eventual succession plan for Kevin Byard, like that makes sense to me. You know, the other side of safety, I would put Terrell or Tariq there in a heartbeat before Kyler. And that's just me, because I know both, like Tariq will lay the wood, Terrell will lay the wood. They're built like that. They're not quite as athletic and twitchy as Kyler, and that goes without saying. But I don't think that's a requirement at box safety. At strong safety, if you will.
All right, I got to cut this one short because we got to get to some extra sauce after this, and I don't want to keep us here too long. But I like that Richard Long Brisker Insurance. That's one way to look at it for sure. That's definitely one way to look at it. But here's the last Bearsy conversation, and that is, and we'll go one take and we'll get up out of here so we can get into this other stuff that's way more fun than this. And that is, how much concern from 1 to 10 do you have of Colston Loveland and Luther Burden losing all these reps in OTAs? And we don't know for sure if they're going to be ready for camp. What's your level of concern from 1 to 10? I'm starting off. I'm gonna just keep it even and stay. I'm gonna go stay at a 5 for right now, and let's see what happens moving forward.
Wow, you took the vanilla route. I like vanilla ice cream too. It's a good flavor. Look, I'm much higher on this one because I've watched a certain somebody draft hurt players in the past, and it didn't work out well for those guys. So, not saying that Luther Burden, really. I'm not saying that Luther Burden is necessarily was drafted hurt, but he became hurt. I also don't know if that's really the deal right now. It may well be contract dispute situation. I don't know what's going on with Luther, but I'd like to see him on the field. Like the expectation with Colston Loveland was that he was hurt and he would take some time to get back at it. So again, that was the expectation. Luther should be playing. So I don't know what's going on there. And the who answer is Karan Amagaji.
Yeah, I'm at a 3. You know, somebody in the chat was like at a 3, Crimson. You know, it's June. It's early. If it were during the season or a playoff run, you know, they'd probably be out there. You know, there is nothing to really prove to need to be out there now. Yes, you would like to have them out there to not miss time, to get those mental reps out on the field with their teammates in the position, you know, running those routes or whatever position they're doing, you know, but can't really stress it right now. Now, as we get closer to the season and, you know, training camp and closer to the season, if they're still not there, then that number will rise. But right now, you know, I ain't tripping.
All right. I'll close. I'll put a button on this thing after this. But here's my thing about it. Just knowing what it's like to be out there. You can, you know, plenty of guys are on the sidelines taking mental reps and watching players go through these motions, especially when you're installing something. These are rookies. They don't know the offense. They know it in their head, but it's different when you know something in your head and you seeing this stuff and you plan it out in your mind, what I would do on this route, what I would do in this pass protection, what I would do in this run block, all that kind of stuff that you need to do, knowing each other's positions, all the stuff that they're asking them to know. There's one thing to go over that kind of stuff, look at it on film, talk about it with your coaches and say, hey man, on this one, tell me exactly why am I trying to, wall him off to the right, on a pass block or on a run block. Different little questions that they will have for coaches. It's different when you go from that level to actually going and physically putting the reps in on the grass. When you're a rookie, it does make a difference. That's why I went to 5, because every rep that they're missing on the grass is definitely going to basically widen out the curve that they're trying to learn. You got to get on the grass. You got to get on the grass and get a certain amount of reps to be ready for a regular season. Hopefully they get ready for camp, but I'm telling you, it's not nothing. I would just say that without blowing it out of proportion. All right. Any more thoughts on that? You go right ahead.
I'm worried about Luther, man. I don't know what this is, and I'm literally looking at Ben Johnson talking about it right now, and he doesn't seem to be pleased.
Yeah.
So
it's not ideal. It's not
something's going on. I don't know what's going on.
Well, hopefully it ain't contractual.
I have it, like, I'll be just having Ben not be, hey, like, it's cool, he's hurt, like, he'll be ready when he's ready. That's different. That's not what he said. You know what I mean? It's not what he's saying. He's saying, like, you're missing valuable time. You should be out there getting it in. And that's worrisome to me. You know what I mean? That means that I think there's something else going on that isn't necessarily, I hurt myself, I'll be back. Because that's excusable. You know what I mean?
Then also, I wouldn't expect the head coach, who's all about accountability, who just got here, to be like, oh, he's not here, we ain't worried about it. It's like, nah, his rookie ass needs to be on the field trying to soak up this genius of an offense that I'm trying to portray out here. And he needs the actual reps, not mental reps, but the actual reps with his teammates, like Nomad was saying, out here, so that he can take that with him into the offseason and have some sort of basis for when he's studying his playbook. So, yeah, as head coach, his ass needs to be out here. I'm not happy that he's not. Whatever the case may be, he needs to be here, because he is missing valuable time that we only get so much of as a team.
Ain't nothing like cleats to the grass, man. You got to have those underneath you. You get a certain amount of them. Not only do you get more confident, but coaches get more confident in you. They know that you get it. They know that you're running it the right way. They know that they can tweak you really, really fast, because they know you understand it, because they see it. You sitting around and looking from the sidelines, they think you getting it, but they don't know that you do. And so that's the difference between somebody getting mental reps and actually out there. It's very, very important especially for young players. It was important for me as a freshman in school. That's how I got my way out there. I had to go out there and prove it on the grass.
Mm-hmm. And every rep that, Ozzy and Karan get that Braxton is not getting because he's not available, it only benefits them.
Yep. You're right about that, man. We can talk on and on. We're going to, you know what, Trips, man. You always doing this, man. When I want to get out of this conversation, you pull me back in. Right back in. I can't do it, man, because this is
way Silvio. Just when I thought I was out,
you pull me right back in, man. Listen, this next conversation is football related, and I think I brought it up Sunday, kids. You can remind me if I did or didn't. I believe I did. But since the last time I saw you, Triple R, this broke in the news. Colleges can now pay college players directly. Not NIL. They can directly say, hey, this is how much we want to give you to come to school.
Oh, snap.
I was born too fucking early, bro. I was born too early. I wouldn't
Me too.
be doing this right now. What Trips never got? Did I say that? Did I mention this?
We've never spoken about this. I did not hear this at
Go ahead,
all.
kids. Go ahead, Howard.
I'll take off.
I've never heard this one before. I'm also born too early for completely different reasons, and like I need to call my son and tell him to send some tape to the U.S. immediately, because damn, if you can make a couple of bucks right now, you can make a couple bucks right now.
Mm-hmm. You know, because historically it's been an indentured servitude kind of situation.
Damn.
Where these kids, you know, make millions upon millions of dollars for these universities, and they maybe get a scholarship, you know, maybe get, you know, a cafeteria meal card, you know, so it's only fair. But then, of course, now you're going to have the inequities of going versus a UCLA versus Montana State. You know, how much Montana State really get to divvy out to players, you know, versus the bigger schools and programs.
You used to be surprised how many motherfuckers in Montana digging oil. They got some money out that motherfucker.
Oh, yeah, but you know, there are going to be the discrepancies of not every school is going to have equal amounts to divvy up. Or they're going to arrange some kind of salary cap where you get to everybody has this amount or however they do it. But it's a good thing that these players get their loot on, and, you know, just so they understand that it's, you know, not forever and that they still got to, you know, hit them books and try to have some kind of education and fallback plan or some kind of, you know, knowledge-based thing that isn't just football. And then you got to start saying, well, we're doing this for football. Well, you got to look at baseball and basketball and the other sports. So if football is leading the way, this is a very momentous occasion for those students to earn a little something that they are bringing in for the schools.
Hey, bro, I'm like Charles Barkley, boy. If I was playing right now, I'd be coming to the game in a goddamn spaceship. I'm telling you, I've been waiting for this my entire life. My entire life. I'm never going to be the motherfucker that's not there in the arena right now or not there being a part of this and be like, oh, I'm mad and pissed off and hasty and shit because somebody younger than me is getting it. Nah, hell no. I'm a congratulator, never a hater. I'm happy for them because I've been waiting my entire life. The minute I got to college, I seen a whole different, I'm like, I saw money. I saw people with, you know, we had several superstar football players from all over. I wasn't the only guy there that was worth something. There was many people. But you see these people and your own number in the store and people are buying those jerseys. You like, how much they pay for that?
Mm-hmm.
Like, what? Where's my check at? Where my check at, bro? You know how much shit I have to go through physically to get ready to play a game or get ready for a practice.
Wait, hold on. Before we even get that far, Matt, my nephew is 8-9 years old. So he's going through, you know, the Pee-wee football right now. And my brother's like, yo, so pads cost, you know, X amount. In the off season for these enrichment camps and programs, X amount. For this league, X amount. You want to be in the travel team, X amount. You know, everything is a price to it if you want your kid to be competitive. You know, you don't have to pay shit and hope that the kid works out on his own, but it just doesn't happen that way because these programs provide such enrichment. You know, ex-players and coaches are making money holding these camps, you know, so it's an investment and an expense by the time you get to college. I mean, your parents and family are out thousands upon thousands of dollars in your training to get you to that point.
That's where the dope dealers used to come in at when I was growing up.
Right. They would finance it for you, and they won't want that recoup once you sign that contract.
Mama was like, hey, mama can't do it. Mama just, hey, I got him. Yeah, I got him. That's how it was. That's how it
Because
was.
that shit's expensive.
It's true. It's the truth. Triple R. It was a lot of people with big time money. You know, it wasn't always people that was doing that. It was sometimes
boosters, man. There's boosters. They may be drug dealers. They might also be.
No. I'm
right,
on
car
street level,
salesman
on
or
the
whatever.
street level, you got people that don't even do that, and they got big time money. You talking about people that do big time gambling. Big time gamblers, they just go out there and they at the closest crap game that's worth $100,000 and they there making money. They go wherever and make money, and that's what they do. That's their bread and butter. And so it wasn't always selling poison to people, giving you money. No, it was that. It happened. I'm not gonna sit here in front like my youth didn't have any of that involvement. No, that's a bullshit ass lie. No, but some of the motherfuckers was gamblers. You know, we're getting pretty close to all money is good money. You know what I mean? Unless you just hacked off somebody's dome or something and for some large dollars or something like that. Other than that, you know,
you're not now you're talking about the scrolls, because you said my big cuz helped finance Kevin Garnett when he moved to Chicago from South Carolina. And we know the scrolls in his family, they all mafia.
I got cousins that helped Derrick Rose.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't gonna never
Derrick Rose, his brothers, they was all folks.
I got people that helped Derrick Rose. I'll never ever mention his name ever on live TV, but I know, and Derrick know, Pooh know. That's what we call it.
Mm-hmm.
Shit, he know. But I can say that now because it's far behind me, and I'm not like a unicorn out here. Obviously, that got some help. When you live in an environment like us, you take every leg up you can get because they ain't gonna come off.
But the thing is, so many of those that are investing in these kids aren't doing it from a philanthropic point of view or from the goodness of their heart. They're seeing these kids as a meal ticket or a lottery ticket or an investment opportunity.
Some of them, yeah. Some of them are real though.
Some are real, but there are those that is like, oh, wait, how fast are you? How big are you? Here, let me take care of this fees for you. Sign this contract that I get my money back when you get that first contract or shoe deal or payment from your college or university. They're going to be those vultures.
Little 2 cents and all that philanthropy that's going on out there. It's important,
man.
I'm just saying that it is a great way to offset your taxes. It's not just when you're making money, the man takes your money away from you very quickly. So it's actually very important to find the things that you appreciate and throw money at them. It's very important to do that, or it's gone. They're just going to take your money.
Yeah, well, so there's always this guy who's always going to be around, and he ain't got no retirement plan, kids.
He does. He does it different. He puts that money in your pocket, and he comes back to see you with these two hoes, but they're carrying pistols, and you know what I mean. So like you may have to break off Jelly Johnny and the hoes because you don't want to get shot.
You want to keep making those free throws, so you don't need that Achilles tendon, right?
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? You're gonna need that MCL intact.
I need that too.
Hey, Jelly Johnny and them used to have to move in silent. Hey, they roll up on you, man. I had a dude that roll up on me. He's like, "Hey, man, I love what you're doing. I saw you out there the other night, man." He said, "Man, I wish I had a little more on me." This motherfucker gave me like, I ain't gonna lie to you, it was about $376 worth of ones. I was just like, man, what is he gave me a big shot. $306 worth of ones. And you think I didn't take it?
He was out there swinging his pole on the pole to make that.
Man, your money comes slow to you sometimes, man. This motherfuckers be, man, back in the day, motherfuckers be walking around with a pocket full of change. Motherfucking ones and fives, man.
Right. Hey, man, speaking of the grimy aspect of life and those dudes and chicks, think about this, though, as well. Now that there's more money being out there and put out there for the players, Think about these gambling apps, and it's like, yo, the odds on this week's game are blah blah blah. Hey kid, you know what I'm saying? If you want your moms to stay safe, you gonna drop some of them touchdowns, homie. You know what I mean? And don't think that that won't happen where players are intimidated into making, you know, uh, ditch calls or ditch plays because of betting apps and pressure on the outside. You know, this is now a whole new world of money with
That's
these youngsters and betting apps and the leagues, and there's a lot involved, and there's the nefarious aspects are all abound. Ask Scrolls and his family.
Hey kids, this one dude I knew, man. We're gonna call him Jelly Johnny.
Okay.
This motherfucker used to have bags and bags and bags full of $1 bills. That same motherfucker that gave me $370 something worth of ones, he had bags of them. He said, man, I can give you some more if you want. I'm like, nah, don't worry about it. You know what I mean? I actually try my best to stay away from shit like that, which I did a good job at. But sometimes they'll push up on you and there's, hey man, here, put this in your pocket. That's how hustlers roll, man. They like, you think of a hustler in the street, especially around here, and you just think the worst connotation of them. And I'm telling you right now, some of the best people I ever met was a motherfucker who just said, this is all I got is the street life. This is what it's going to be, man. I ain't no horrible person. I got to see that in real life. I got to see real good people just trapped in the street life. Trapped in the street life to make their money that way. My grandfather was one. Just wanted to put it out there. I'm just glad to hear that, you know, college players will be able to walk right into a university and get a salary.
It's about time, man. The one, like, when I first started questioning that whole situation was, man, it's funny. Like I bumped into like my childhood homeboy, man. I was probably 15 at the time, and he'd moved away. His family moved to the west end of town, out of the projects. They moved to a big house, and bump into this guy at a club, and next thing you know, we're kicking it on the weekend. Me, him, and a couple of his homies who are from my hood, and I know them. We're kicking it, man. And he's like, yo, man, we'll whoop your ass at this. Wait a minute, you play Madden football? I'm like, yeah, I play Madden football. Let's go. He goes, oh, I don't have Madden football. I got this college football. I was like, oh, snap. And like, it was at that moment when I was like, wait a minute. Are these like the legit college players? Like, yeah, we gonna get it done with this. Like, it's Madden, but it's college. And I'm like, oh. Like how do they have the likeness and numbers, etc. of all of these kids before they get into the NFL, and ain't nobody getting paid? Oh, that's just highway robbery. Like, that's just the meanest thing. I'm taking your likeness. You come in and do pictures, the whole 9 yards. Damn, that's evil. Y'all just robbing these kids, man. And like, that's when it first dawned on me that they got to do something, because you can't just be taking their actual likenesses and selling it. They're doing that with the jerseys already, but in that game, it was literally like you're taking a picture of my face and uploading it into this video game, and my personal physical attributes, and uploading it into this video game. It's cool and all that, but how much money am I making off of this? Nothing. Oh no, man, that's wrong.
Kids, I'll tell you guys a real quick story before we get out of this conversation about money, athletes, and you know, I remember going to school my freshman year when I just told you guys that story, and coming back and telling them like, man, these motherfuckers out here making money off of us, man, and we ain't making nothing. We out here starving sometimes. Luckily, we got fat girls that work at KFC and Popeyes and all that, and we can go in and get free food sometimes whenever they working, but other times when the cafeteria closed, dog, you hungry. And that's the worst thing in the world for a young athlete that's burning all that fat and all that. You just burning your body, and you eat at the cafeteria is probably closed at about 6:30. And the rest of the night, dog, like how many individuals you know that can survive, you know, and don't get nothing to eat after 6:30 at that age, man? I could do that now, but at that age, I had to have some more food. Where you gonna get it from? You know, you own a cap. You can't do but this. You know, so what I wanted to say is, man, listen. One time I came home after my freshman year, and there was some street cats that I know that was one thing people don't know about me is I can hoop my ass off, and I always could, and people knew that. And so when I came home and I was telling my homeboy about it, who was a hustler, big time hustler, he's like, man, hey, you know what, man, we got a game going, we got a team in Decatur, and he wanted me to put together a team and all this. I think I said that part of the story, but he said, I'm gonna show you how to make some money. You can hoop, you can do that, man. You can make you some money and take it back to school with you so you won't be hungry. And I did that in the summer. We went from Decatur to Peoria. We was on the north side, South Shore. We was playing games for money. I know kids don't know what that is, Triple R, but I'm just saying this is what we did. We put together teams with other hustlers from other cities or across the Chicagoland area. We went to Indiana. Hell, we went up to Wisconsin. We played somewhere everywhere, and we made money. And that's to my sophomore year. That's how I had money.
How did you make money playing basketball?
Hustlers set up money games.
As a hustler, baby.
Okay, that makes sense.
Hustlers, bro. All right, we can get out of this conversation, man. We'll get to the next one, and that is this is funny. Hold on. This ain't funny, but it's really, really good. Hold on one second because my mouse went dead on me. I got to move it around. Give me 1 second. This is going to hit right to y'all soul. And that is, one more minute. I'm going to start this conversation off like this. There's a lot of GOAT conversation being thrown around in the hip-hop industry right now about who's a GOAT. A lot of people want to give it to Jay-Z because he's a made man in this fictitious ass world out here. I ain't giving him shit. Just right off the top. And the GOAT conversation in the real world tends to come down to these two individuals, and that is Biggie and that is Pac. And I know kids is going to try to have a deep conversation about it, but I'm going to start this off. This one, and as much as I am about lyrics and lyricism altogether, when I talk about the GOAT, I'm talking about somebody who put a mic in front of him and captivated everybody. And that is my dear brother, Tupac Amaru Shakur, is the GOAT of the microphone in the hip-hop game, in my opinion. As dope as Biggie was as a lyricist. Probably one of the dopest that ever pulled up a mic. But I think the GOAT of all time, the greatest of all time, is Tupac Amaru Shakur. I'll leave it to you guys for your takes.
You didn't want to do this, but you go ahead there, Trip.
I appreciate what Biggie did. He was a little bit limited. You know, he rapped about what he knew, you know, the street life around the way. And, you know, unfortunately, that was only so limited. Now, what he did was dope, but he only had, 3 albums or something like that? And then he really started falling off, you know, with, you know, that whole Puffy influence and those horrible disco ass beats. And then it was like, we don't know what you're doing, Biggie. And then he was dead. Whereas Tupac was more of a looking top down, holistic kind of guy, you know, about the community, about the culture. You know, Brenda's Got a Baby's awesome storytelling, you know, Dear Mama, all the trials and tribulations that, you know, she and mothers have to go through, you know, to raise their kids and the street life, calling them and beckoning and that whole thing. And that's fucking awesome, you know, but the greatest of all time, I don't know. I gotta throw some Chris Parker up in there. You know what I'm saying? You know,
wow. Come on,
you know
man.
what I mean?
You can't even stay with the image. Come on. Okay?
I mean, but you want to say GOAT? I mean, I can't say, well, Tupac's the GOAT.
Between the two of them.
Between the two of them, I'm going Tupac.
All
But
right.
you know, but Karis won. I see you out there. But between the two on the screen, Tupac.
I appreciate it.
He was the street poet. He was that dude.
I appreciate that.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
So here I am. So I'm an overweight kid whose parents are from Jamaica, single mother family. Basically, MC. Basically, I'm Biggie Smalls is really what I'm trying to say. Like my life and Biggie Smalls' lives it's minus the puffy part, very similar. So I immediately relate to him as a lyrical monster. He is. Is he limited in the scope of the rhymes that he put on tape? Yes. It also has a lot to do with the fact that he died after album 2, right? So
Right.
so this is got a lot to do with that limited scope. Lyrically, Tupac is not Tupac is not like a lyrical rapper. I'll give him poet. I will also give him heartthrob movie actor. You know what I mean? Like there's angles to the Tupac thing that bode well for him. It also is not stuff I can relate to. I can't really relate to him. I've acted a few times. You know what I mean? That's not where my connection to the music comes from. It comes from straight up from reggae, and again, these are angles that are much closer to Biggie Smalls and would always be than Tupac. Do I think either one of these guys is actually the GOAT? No.
You just can't pick one.
But between the two,
hold on, let him pick
between
one.
the two. I'm clearly saying Biggie Smalls without.
All right. Let me go here right quick, and I'm gonna put a stamp on this motherfucker like you ain't never heard before. Number one, when it comes to a microphone and putting and projecting your voice out to the people, lyrically, Biggie Smalls wordplay in a traditional freestyle and a traditional hip hop perspective that's what you gravitated to. That motherfucker brought it. He brought it when it comes to that. The wordplay, scheming a verse, you know what I mean, to the next verse, to the next one, telling a story in each verse. It's an art form. It's an art form that if you're not around it or engulfed in it, you won't really get it. You're just a listener. And it's a lot of people out there that are that, and there's nothing wrong with being that. But to be a consumer and to be that, for hip hop to be like that's part of my bloodline. You know, hip hop is part of my bloodline. So I really, really pay attention to this on a deep level. Biggie is to be respected to the nth degree. But let me tell you something. This guy right here, Tupac Amaru Shakur, I don't know that I've ever seen an artist like you got to take this guy up out of. I mean, he transcends genres. Like he's like when you start thinking about people that move people, motivated people, said things and words to people that transcended generations and cultures, you're talking about Tupac. There's people in China, there's people in Japan, there's people in any part of the globe that you mention Tupac Amaru Shakur, and they'll know exactly who it is. He transcends time. He transcends everything. This guy was basically he was heaven sent, man. I mean,
well,
I can't. I'm telling you,
well,
now, these are human beings just like everybody else.
To people, you can't even compare. You can't even compare the two. This guy is the greatest MC that ever touched the microphone.
I disagree with that heavily, and it just depends on what
controller MC.
It depends on what we're talking about. Like I guarantee you, in like a freestyle battle between these two guys, you know who the winner would be. If these two guys, like I've seen Biggie Smalls at 16 years old,
keeping it at a minute level, man.
How's that minute?
We're talking about who touched people.
No, we're talking about MCing, right?
That's what you want to talk about.
And you want to talk about who touched people.
Part of being the GOAT.
We're talking about the greatest rapper of all time is what we're talking about. My guy underneath me just said, like, you have to consider Chris Parker. And, like, you do. All of the things I just said about Biggie Smalls all specifically connect to Chris Parker too, though. Like, strangely enough, overweight, Jamaican, Jamaican, and like it goes all the way down the line to Chris Parker. Reggae influence. Same
hey, Scrolls is in here agreeing with me, so that got to tell you something.
That's okay. That Scholes lives on the West Coast, though.
He's from here, man.
Well, no, but Scrolls talking about. Hold on. Scrolls is talking about. East Coast hip hop doesn't fly in Chicago. It's like, dude, Akbar, AKBAR, search for Big Bang Boogie and listen to that album, Chicago Underground. Bamski the Bigot, check him out. Chicago, East Coast kind of influence, I would say, underground. Wayne Live and DJ Diamond Cut, Boo Harris, check out that crew. Subsidy Records, that's what all three of those are under, Subsidy Records, Chicago stuff. So there's plenty of underground East Coast flavor hip hop in Chicagoland. So yeah, I just had to set him straight there. I know his mafia family think they run everything, but they don't know every damn thing. So set around.
That was an interesting comment with the Jimi Hendrix of rap, and I want to spin things a little bit differently here. So when these two dudes died, all right, being the dude that I am, I've listened to all of their music myself for sure. I'm not a Tupac fan. I'm not. At the end of the day, it sent me to a different direction.
Whoa. Pause. Stop the press. What? You're not a who fan?
I just said what I said.
You just said you're not a Tupac fan?
I said that out loud. Yeah.
Are you an alien?
I'm from the planet Earth, bro.
Golly, what you mean? Tell me you don't. Okay, I'm gonna just let you go.
I'm not. Like there's a guy I'm a fan of right here. This guy, love this guy. I would put this guy. I would put this guy over both of these guys, like straight up, for completely different reasons. I'm not saying Doom touched hearts and minds. I'm saying he's one of the most lyrically genius as well as artistically genius rappers to ever be released. He just is. Much more so than these two guys. Another guy I would throw in that same category who's probably
you taking it down the road. Now you're gonna start talking about MCs, J Electronica. Yes.
No.
We're talking about
he's
trying to have a conversation.
J Electronica can rap. I'm not like I would never put
you just said that you're not a Tupac fan.
Yeah, I said that. I said that out loud.
Believe that. I've never heard anybody say that. Ever. Not a black man, at least.
Like, Tupac doesn't define my color. I was a black man before. I was a black man before Tupac touched the microphone. I don't need him to tell me.
I'm an East Coast guy too. Scrolls. I love the East Coast. That's how
I'm as East Coast as it could be, bro. Like I'm EPMD. I am super East Coast. There's at the same time there's West Coast stuff that I love. Like Scrolls. I was talking about your original picture and how it reminds me of Sugar Free. There's West Coast stuff I love. It's not necessarily this guy. This guy doesn't do it for me. And like I'm telling you, at a point, I had to stop and listen to all of the artists who passed away. There was like a 23 thing, and both of these guys fall into that mix. One of those artists is Jimi Hendrix. Another is Janis Joplin. Another is Kurt Cobain. I had to stop and step outside of my myopic hip-hop only world and go, wait a minute, is this just like a situation where like martyrdom affects music? And it is.
Wait are you taking it to in a territory that
I'm a deep ass motherfucker.
Tupac was dope.
You love Tupac. That's great.
Before he was dead.
That's great.
You're talking about martyrdom. You're trying to say that only reason Tupac is great is because he's dead.
I'm saying, follow me now. I'm also saying that about Biggie Smalls.
Follow me now.
He was big. He was dope before he died too.
I don't think Biggie Smalls, and I never will think Biggie Smalls is the greatest rapper of all time. He's just dead. Like same thing with you know what I mean? The same thing with the other guy. And I'm gonna throw a name out there that everybody should stop and go, wait a minute, how come he's not the greatest rapper alive? He's still alive. His name is fucking Nasty Nas.
Yeah,
and Nasty Nas kind of fell off because the guy, the overweight Jamaican guy, beat his ass with a gun, kicked in his door, waving the 4-4. All you heard was Papa don't
hit me no more.
That's a song and a verse about
Biggie got some questionable lyrics, man. And now that I look back on
let's not go there. Let me finish where I'm at.
So before you put God on his head, this motherfucker said some foul shit when he was.
I didn't say he was God. I'm saying that Nas should be. And Nas got his ass whooped and then changed his style from being an East Coast rapper, a boom bap, Pete Rock produced, Q-Tip produced, into a Trackmasters commercial rapper. And it just didn't work out for him. Unfortunately, these guys are Trackmasters commercial rappers, and that ain't my shit. I'm like as underground hip hop as it could be. So, these guys are blowing up on the radio and stuff. I'm like, I don't even listen to the radio. You know what I mean? I'm digging in crates. You know what I'm saying? I'm digging in great track.
How about this for a conversation? Because we can go on for the next hour or two talking about this, but this should be discussed. And I want to see. You guys will take off on it how you want to, but give me 1 second. Let me find it.
While he's finding it, shout out to Common.
I already found it. Timbaland is reportedly, and to Timbaland's credit, once he saw the blowback, he has not put out any music from this artist. And I don't know exactly what her name is.
Who is she?
It's not a her. She doesn't exist. She's AI. So Timbaland wants to put out an AI generated artist. I don't know the name of her.
Well, it might as well, because I've never.
Let me finish the trips. I'm gonna hand it to you. What do you think about completely and totally doing away with? Timbaland's got his money already. Triple R, he's rich already. Now you just jumped over everybody and said, you know what? I'm gonna be one of the best producers in the world, and I'm gonna produce this artist that's not even a human being, and I'm gonna just laugh at all y'all. Well, what do you think about this? This is AI.
Timbaland kissed my ass all the way around. Let me start there. That's how I feel about Timbaland. Because when he was with Magoo, who the fuck, whoever the fuck, and then didn't they produce what's the name? What's that chick name? Missy Elliott. Missy Elliott. You know what I'm saying? I hated his shit back then. And it was like your beats are whack, in my opinion. Your production is horrible. It's just a very commercial, let's sell some, it's cheesy, crossover music. And that's how he got his money. Fine. That's him, do you. But as far as his product, not a fan. But he is seemingly that type dude who is now would rather, get a program that you pay X amount for, now you own it forever, instead of actually, trying to, bring up somebody who has the talent to sing or rhyme to, do something. I mean, he's put on already, so he can't, bring up the next, put that ladder down and bring up the next generation of performers or artists or producers or whatever. You're gonna go to AI. That's how you doing, Timbaland? Well, yeah. It's kind of typical as far as I'm concerned.
It is typical especially for the guy that you just put on the screen. So this guy is Dre's famous for this too, by the way. But this guy specifically, I'll talk about because he's on the screen. Young new producers. He steals their shit all the time.
Oh, damn.
As a regular
on his podcast, he has them play a beat and take it from him.
Say again?
On his podcast, he has them play a beat. He's got a show where they play a beat and he judges the beat and he takes his shit.
So I'll tell you, if one person he definitely used to take beats from, Her name is Nelly Furtado. She's relatively she's famous. She's also Canadian.
Nelly was cool.
Nelly was cool. She's got a couple of decent tracks out there, decent albums as well. But she used to make beats. She also used to rap, but she used to make beats in BC, and that's how she got put on in the US. Was she made a bunch of beats, Timbaland heard them, put his name on them, and then gave her a record deal after the fact. So that's how she blew up in the States. Justin Timberlake is another one of those people who's making hip-hop beats on the side. Just didn't tell people about it. Justin was already put on, couldn't get people to buy his hip-hop beats because he's from NSYNC. Who do you think put his hip-hop beats on?
Mm-hmm.
So that's how Justin Timberlake started doing music with this guy, and having it sound much more hip hop in influence. So again, like having him working with an AI makes perfect sense to me. You know what I mean? This is exactly what he would do.
Uh-huh.
Can I get my take to it? Because I think this is more important than who's doing it and why he's doing it. More importantly, is who is it affecting? You're talking about now. You're talking about, and I heard you, Crimson, where he's probably not the first one that did this or tried. There's probably plenty of AI artists out there. But when you take a name brand like Timbaland, you're basically telling the world, okay, this is okay. Everybody else can do it. Are we ready to cross that threshold where we're now completely obliterating, your mom and pop, somebody's brother, nephew, or who a nomad that's making music in the background and looking for an opportunity to present it. You're giving somebody with a platform the size of Timbaland a chance to obliterate the competition and basically spoon feed, because it's going to get bankrolled by billionaires. He's a very, very small percent. This very, very small percentage of people that control this planet, he's basically going to enlarge their stake.
Well, what happens is we already know that the commercial radio industry is owned by, just a few corporations, the whole nationwide industry. So all of the commercial radio stations in every radio market are owned by a few. And they have been automating those systems for years now. The overnight DJs are computers, AI systems, automatrons, and they program them, to do the commercial drops, to play the songs, to do the voiceovers and commercials and the station IDs. And it's not real people. So they don't have to pay real people for this. And so now if this, Timbaland guy wants to contribute to that infrastructure by producing music, AI enhanced music to contribute to the AI stations, now he's just, blocking other people out from making money because he wants to make more money within an industry that is blocking people out to make money. It's just now a corporate thing to just snatch up all of the airtime and every dollar possible. And that's some bullshit.
That's the problem, Trips. It's the fact that, he's got his. He's never going to have to worry about money for the rest of his life. And now you're saying, because I got mine, I'm sitting over here at the top of the hill. Fuck y'all. I got mine. Fuck y'all. If whatever this do to y'all, I don't give a fuck. That's basically what this is.
Well, I mean, it's not whatever it's going to do to y'all. It's going to hurt y'all, what I'm doing. But fuck y'all anyway.
Well, I don't really want to defend this guy, but I'm going to just a little bit because AI... AI
in the middle. There you go.
AI exists. He didn't make it, so he's just using it. And if you think he's the only artist out there who's going to do this, you're crazy, right? Like he might be the first, and when I say the first, he might just be the first who's got pockets deep enough to actually leverage it wholesale today. I guarantee you, with the way that AI is moving, Yeah, like this is going to happen in many different capacities. It just is. There's certain there's certain things that AI isn't, and it's just not artistic, right? Like it just isn't. That's where AI falls short. So facts that I'm hearing folks like some of these young kids saying, "Oh, the lyrical miracle," you're like, I hate that shit. That's stupid. All there is left, real talk, is the lyrical miracle, yo. Like that's the only thing that, from an artistic perspective, is left in the world, is to be that poet and to say what you're saying in a creative way.
And auto tune. That's another thing that can go. It's not AI, but it is kind of. It's enhanced.
What's really funny is how good a singer, like since you brought up auto tune, how good a singer T-Pain actually is for real,
without auto tune.
Without auto tune,
he felt like he needed a gimmick, kids, and that's what he went to.
Bro, like not only
auto tune is a gimmick. You know what I mean?
The kid can rap, but like he raps well, but singing, he's a really good singer, vocalist. I was shocked.
But I guess he couldn't get put on just by his singing talents. He had to go for the hook with the auto tune.
I guess it literally shocked me, bro. And there is like, so he has a big Twitch following. Part of his Twitch following, like on his Twitch channel, he has him doing like karaoke of his own tracks, and he's dope, man. Like, bro, I'm not Mr. Mayhem. I'm not saying that he's Stevie Wonder. I'm just saying that like the kid can sing a lot better than I thought he could, given the fact that he's relied on auto-tune his entire career.
I know what you're saying, kids, because T-Pain is a talented effort, man. If I ever seen, he's very talented, but he ain't so good to where I think outside of that era, I think T-Pain would have been a gospel singer somewhere. It was just at that time when he came out, it was just everybody in the club and drunk and high on pills and doing all that lean and all that shit. He was perfect, and his music and what he wanted to put to wax was perfect for that time, and just perpetually fucked us up. That time was really, but that's a whole other conversation. Now back to this AI stuff. This stuff runs deeper than this conversation has gone so far. I'm talking about not only culturally, we're talking about, think about this. In everybody, in every era, you're talking about, there's a time when our grandfathers or great-grandfathers, everybody played an instrument, whether it was a banjo, whether it was a piano, whether it was a bass guitar, nylon guitar, electric, whatever it was, a trumpet. Everybody had an instrument. That's how you got ahead. Can you play this instrument? Can you play this sax? Can you play this trumpet? And then next thing you know, what Tripp is talking about, automation happened. Automation happened, and people got machines. They can program drums, so they don't have to get a drummer in on this session. Next thing you know, they figured out they can program a sax, and they can program a guitar. All of these stuff. And so these guys that played these instruments and had gigs everywhere got played out of jobs. They probably ended up on drugs, heroin, whatever. All this kind of stuff happened during our, at least your father's or your grandfather's time. What's happening right now is they're phasing out individuals, people, and saying, we don't need you. And eventually this is going to touch you. I don't care who you are. We don't need you to sell. We don't need you to mentor. We don't need you to DJ this show, Triple R. We don't need any of you motherfuckers. We can automate this shit. And now you got to really dig in your bag. And now you're talking about people. If we don't legislate this shit, if we don't put our arms around AI and get this under control and restrict it to a point so that it's governed and we know exactly what it is, this shit is going to get so out of hand. There's no defending this.
Rap is out of control, bro. Look, the facts here is, Like, unless you've watched Terminator 2, you know where I'm at. There is no regulating this. You just gotta roll with the punches and be dynamic.
They'll have to regulate it. Yes, they will.
They won't.
They will.
They won't.
I guarantee you they will.
They won't, because they're using
In this country, they will.
No chance. No chance. There's no guidelines around this thing, as long as it ain't killing people. They know it, as well as long as it isn't as long as it isn't perpetuating itself, repeating itself. That's the other real piece to AI. It can't procreate or recreate itself. If so, it will destroy us all. Like, it's facts. That's it. That's it. So, like, beware of your job. If you're a rapper, learn how to use it. That's all I can tell you. Like, you learn how to use it. If you make beats, learn how to use it and be creative with respect to its use. And that's just how it is. Like, a lot of jobs, if we're looking outside of music, a lot of jobs are going to disappear because, AI can just do them jobs. If you're working in the service industry, a lot of service case scenario can and will be done by AI/robots as we move forward into the future. It's just a fact.
Hey, look, you talking such what you believe is what you believe. I know for a fact that we are in the very young stages of an AI revolution. I mean, when I say young stages, I'm talking about not even toddler. We're talking about infancy stages. Yeah. By the time it gets to toddler, if we are this concerned about it now, by the time it gets to toddler and it starts to grow, start to teeth, it starts to pick up a bottle and starts to move around, whether it's crawling or half-ass walking. If we're this concerned about it now, once it gets to a phase or a state to where you think this can get so out of hand and everybody knows it, there's no such thing as just roll along with it. And I don't want to talk with a jaded tongue or a forked tongue. What I've been recently doing is I got a bunch of music that I've been working on, and I don't have all the time in the world. Why? Because I'm a Chicago Bears podcast creator. Content creator. And I've been looking for, shortcuts. I want to find something that can help me mix and master the joints that I put together. And I've looked to AI to do it. I don't feel bad about that. It does take time to go through, mixing with an EQ to make sure your shit sounds right, mastering and make sure the final copy of it sounds right. That's what goes on in music production. I do that. I would love to use AI to help me with AI that makes haters, fast forward that. All I want to do is say is I'm willing to use it, but there's a lane that I'm not willing to cross with it. I would just say that.
What does that look like?
It looks like this. Play.
I see you.
It's okay.
Don't play shit, man.
You all right, kid? Stop being such a.
Don't play it, dog. Hey, Trip, stop.
There's no music. You right.
Bro, we can't get no more strikes.
Yeah. I don't understand this whole strike thing. We don't ever play any goddamn highlights or nothing worthwhile.
Okay, so I'm not gonna play it. I'm not.
No, but there's no music or nothing. But play it.
Relax.
What are we taking chances about?
Relax.
Because we got 2 strikes in a month. That's why.
Strikes about what?
I'm not gonna play it. Jesus.
There's no music. It's AI. It's literally what we're talking about.
I'll describe it. I'll describe what you sent me. So what he sent me was, and this is like, I believe it's actually a part of Google's AI. You can what he sent me was a clip of a live commentary case scenario. It's a dude on the street with a mic and 2 blondies walking up to him, and he's asking them questions and they're answering questions. Just picture maybe Hawk to a video type thing. That's basically what he sent me. This entire video is fake as all get out. fully AI generated, including the background, the scene, the vehicles behind them, the entire 9 yards is artificial.
So let me say this before you even finish that. One thing about a YouTube channel, for all you people that might want to start your YouTube channel, once you're in here and you start doing a YouTube channel, when you're not monetized, you can do almost anything you want to do because you're not monetized. But the minute and the second you monetize, there's going to be a prompt that comes up on your YouTube channel privately, whether it comes to your email or on your YouTube channel individually. It's going to say, you're going to have to let your audience know through YouTube that, okay, this is AI generated. Since I don't do that, I don't have that prompt touched. You can't play nothing AI generated. I remember Chris did a Donald Trump kind of AI generated something. And the minute and the second that show was over, that came to the email. So no, don't be just playing shit. This should go. No, don't do that.
Did I play it?
I'm just saying, don't be doing none of that.
Lecturing me about playing it. I didn't play it. I explained what it was. That's why I did that, to save this entire conversation. But like, long story short, it's too late, man. You know what I mean? They let the genies out of the bottle already, and it exists, and it's only going to get worse. Guys in the chat like Crimson has sort of put it down that it's just a tool. It requires human beings to massage it. I've spent a fair amount of time learning about generative AI, how it works, and how to massage it. I suggest everybody does. Everybody, I would suggest that you do learn how to take advantage of it while you can before somebody else does instead of you. It's just the best advice I can give you. If this man's using it for some level of audio production capability, but then is frowning upon the fact that this guy over here is using it for some level of audio production capability, 6 and 1/2 dozen of the other. It's all a question of how you use it and how much money you can make out of it before you lose money to it.
I just say, I look at it this way, kids. That's very general and correct at the same time. That's correct. But very general. Until it infringes upon you, you are lightly, when I say lightly, there's a percentage of 1 that you're affected by it. When it infringes upon you, not only are your reactions and your emotions going to become stronger if you're affected by it. On the outside looking in, you don't know how it's affecting you. And so generalizing it that way, I think I'm just going to give you a rebuttal to it. That's all, without trying to chastise you at all about it.
Well, there's nothing to chastise. It's going, like, what I'm trying to say is it's going to infringe upon you. I'm not really sure what industry you might be in. Like, if you are a lumberjack, AI probably won't infringe upon your industry. Maybe not. Outside of being out in the wood, like fishing, you know what I mean? Like even AI could technically do that, fishing on a boat for you too. You know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to think of something where it wouldn't infringe upon it. It's going expect it. Better way to put it.
Depth finders isn't that AI? Isn't that
you know what I'm saying? Thank you. Like, expect it to infringe upon you is what I'm trying to tell you. And with that expectation, learn what you can about it and how to use it to the best of your ability. It is only, like Crimson is saying in the chat, it's only a tool. The more you can use, the better you can use it, the less potential it has to infringe upon you.
I definitely, this is the last thing before I move to the final conversation of the night. I do think for people like myself, like, I'm just going to give you I'm going to give you guys a part of me. What I learned to do in production is I always wish that I could play drums. I always wish that I can play horns. I always wish that I can play a keyboard, especially keyboard. And I told you guys a story. My mother asked me if I wanted to play an instrument, And she said, I'll get whatever instrument you want. And I said, drum. She was like, oh, hell no. And she walked away from me. And
Yeah, I tried to do that too.
Yeah.
Conversation.
Yeah, all my life, I regretted that I told her drums because, look at where we are now. I could have. Anyway, long story short, is I've been making music for quite some time. And when you make music, and I start production off with a rhythm. It's the rhythm section. I make a beat pattern and I fit everything around it with the machine. This is what most producers do, whether they do it on an MPC or some other apparatus, or whether they do it on their computers, they do it that way. And so I've always been looking for instrument players. I've hunted down bass players. I've hunted down live guitar players or nylon guitar players, acoustic guitar players, horn players, anybody that played instruments to fit stuff on the stuff that I've been doing. And fast forward to now, not to have to tell you that whole story. Fast forward to now, where I can literally pluck music and stamp that shit together. And I'm basically sampling, but with sound patterns and shit like that. But the thing is this: when you're creative like I am, and you're looking for a way to make complete music and tracks that people will like, you're looking for a way to do it without having to run people down and do all that. This kind of tool can help you along that route. Man, this is the way I see AI as a way to help me. You know what I mean? I see it this way. This is one aspect of it. It could be some more stuff later on, but what I'm saying to you all is I'm willing to embrace it. I'm just knowing that I have a line. And I hope you all have a line too, because I think that's probably what it's going to come down to is, are you willing to put a margin out there and say, hey, you know what? This is too far. Are you willing to stand with people that says, hey, this is a margin a little too far? Because I think that's what it's going to come down to. Like, this is getting too out of hand. Let's draw the line somewhere and let's get out of our individual wants and needs, and let's come together as a people and say, this is too far. I think that's what we're going to have to come down to. I think
that's the same thing that meant like DJ Third Rail. He's a DJ in Chicago, plays original vinyl hip hop, and has been doing it for several decades now. But when the MP3s came out and the whole Napster generation and Serato and the Trackster and the digital
CDs wiped out the
all the digital songs, was like, well, the people that were buying records were like, well, we'll listen to it, digitally first, and if we like it, then we'll buy the actual vinyl and support the artist. But what happened was they listened to the original and figured out, oh, I can mix this on this laptop or this Serato player and not have to carry crates of records. I can have an entire music library right here in this external hard drive and do this party and not have to go digging for vinyl anymore. That killed a lot of the DJ industry and a lot of the vinyl industry, on the auspices of, oh no, it's just a tool to help us better determine if we want to purchase the actual item. It's like, nah, that's bullshit. Once people realize it was a tool that allowed you to save money and be lazy.
Man, Cliff Victoria jumped in the cut, man. Shout out to you, Cliff, because Cliff clearly has watched Terminator 2. I'm just saying, I don't expect, there's an old saying, and the saying is one that we're all very familiar with. It's money talks, bullshit walks. And that's where this AI thing is going to go. There's much bigger dollars and cents surrounding it. OpenAI is making tons of cash right now using it and building cloud storage case scenarios, data lakes to store it, house it, and produce it. The exact same thing is happening with Elon Musk. He's doing the same thing with Grok. the list goes on and on. There's at least 20 major players in the AI realm, and these major players again require very large data centers that cost more money than most of us will ever see, just to run the AIs, right? That's a lot of money to say, hey, like, let's put legislation around here. The U.S. has a lot of lobbyists. They're going to then throw money at the lobbyists who are going to spend, go to the ends of the earth to ensure that most of that legislation does not come to fruition. So again, all I can tell you is, AI can, like, Cribs is laying it down, bro. AI can only be as smart as the people who are writing the code.
That's right.
So this is it. Be that guy. Know what you're doing. I'm gonna flip some of that music idea here. Like, part of the reason why I love Doom is that when Doom produces, he'll write a track and or make a beat, but he does it in a way that incorporates like a general theme. And I'll give you an idea. Like, his name is MF Doom. It's rooted in Doctor Doom as a character, so he will find samples from the Doctor Doom cartoon from the 70s and bake that into the beat that he makes, and then busts a rap over top of it, all about being a supervillain. Like, this is the type of artistry that this guy puts together. Just layers on layers and layers of artistry, and that's why I love this guy. You can definitely utilize AI to frame concepts like that from an artistic perspective. Like, another guy to look at would be like Prince Paul and Prince Paul's Prince of Thieves. Prince Paul's Prince of Thieves. It's a hip hop opera, and it's dope, right? It's a dope album, and it's an entire concept around this hip hop opera that he's put together. He didn't write all the lyrics. The lyrics are written by different people, but he produced and framed and angled this general idea. This is the type of stuff you could leverage AI to build and create with. That's artistry. There's new levels of artistry that can come out of leveraging AI. So I'm not going to sit here and say that I'm against it, just like I wasn't, I didn't say that I was against MP3s, and I wasn't against, hip hop when it first came out and folks were saying it's not music. There will be a way to leverage AI to create super cool art in the future. I guarantee that. And it's probably going to be a lot better than shit we're listening to on the radio today.
There is no doubt that with artificial intelligence, you'll be able to, somebody like myself, I'm speaking in general, man.
Brian Wilson died?
Like myself. Well, yeah. Hold on. We got to get into somebody died. Somebody died for sure, but let's just get right into it, man, before I start talking too much.
Whoa.
This is, I got to ask you guys a question before I take this off the screen. I'm taking it off right now. And I'll let you guys just take off with it. Okay. Kids, Triple R. You're in a relationship. Not only are you in a relationship, you're married. I'm telling you, I'm asking you guys to follow me. You've been doing shit on the side, and you ain't got caught ever. And all of a sudden, you find out that your wife has been cheating on you. Do you forgive her? Or do you walk away from her? What do you do? Start with you, kids.
Oh, why me?
Starting with you.
Can you kill her?
No, I can't say that.
Sorry, unalive. Can you unalive her?
No, you can't do that.
No,
you got to work it out, man. You got to be a goddamn gentleman, man.
Oh, look, things to be said. There's no reason to ever be a gentleman, like, in this respect. There's no reason to do that. I'm not gonna sit here and give folks and blow smoke up folks' asses. I'm just not going to do it. You can be that good guy. I've been the good guy in many situations. I'm just going to let y'all know it's not necessarily to your benefit to be the good guy. If it's to the benefit of children, be the good guy. But if it's just you and there's no kids, get the F out of D as quickly as possible.
After you've your lousy, stinking ass have cheated, but ain't got caught. You trifling motherfucker, you. You
Hey.
sorry motherfucker.
Sometimes ganders and geese aren't the same.
Oh nah, you weak, man.
I'm not. I'm not at all. I think that's part of the problem in the entire world, man. I think it's part of the problem in the whole world. Everybody trying to get one up on everybody else. Sometimes you just need to cut bait. Clearly, if you're doing it and she's doing it, there's really no reason to be to like what are you doing?
If you made
you're just fronting for the sake of fronting.
If you got married, that means you made a commitment in front of family, friends, and God, or whatever.
Keeping the house, Big Mama jumped in with the.
You know what I mean? To be faithful, honest, and obey. And so that goes both ways. You know what I mean? You know, if you all have a relationship where it's like the dude's a cuck and likes to watch the chick get railed by, you know, some BBC, you know, that's one thing. But if you all have made that commitment to be monogamous to each other and you're stepping out, well, you're not a trustworthy person and, you know, you don't deserve love probably. And if she's stepping out that you've discovered, it's like, well, obviously there's a disconnect in your relationship that you all haven't figured out and y'all don't need to be in a relationship no more. Because no matter what the disconnect was from future now on, it's like, wait a minute, somebody has had their tallywhacker in my nookie, and then the chick is like, wait a minute, you know, he has been sticking his love stick into other chicks, and it's like you can forgive, but you never forget, and now you got that going both ways. It's like, yeah, walk away, cut bait. And, you know, try again next time or do celibacy or some shit.
I would say this, man. Truth be told, I don't know how many times this has happened to me. I'd like to say never. Because I don't know of ever. Ever. And I've been doing some wild shit, boy. When I tell you I've been doing some wild shit, I ain't never got caught. I'm like this, man. I ain't never lost. Ever. Never, ever lost. Never. But, you know, back to the point. Listen, I don't know. I don't know, man. I know this, man. If I got caught doing some of that and I love the person that I was with and I just got caught in a weak ass moment, being a weak ass man, you got weak and you did some shit you shouldn't have done. And you didn't honor the woman like you're supposed to honor her, I'm going to have to ask for some grace. If she gives it to me, I would love the shit out of her for that. And I wouldn't repeat that transgression. Now, if I found out that she cheated on me and she didn't know about none of the transgressions that I gave up, and I found out she cheated on me, and she was the one that I wanted to be with, Trip, I'm not gonna bullshit the people. I'm not gonna sugarcoat none of this. I would be tore the fuck up, bro.
But if she was the one that you want to be with, why were you dipping out?
Because I was young.
Well,
you're just making excuses for yourself,
right? I mean, young, dumb, and stupid is not an excuse.
I wanted it all. It actually happened to me, bro. It actually happened to me, and when nothing I could tell that. When nothing I could tell.
Well, I mean, as a dude, we all got those homie friends that it's like it's just such a sweetheart of a girl. It's like, oh, you getting with him? Because you know, dude ain't no good. Because we know how dudes are, and it's like he's gonna, you know, cheat on this girl every opportunity. But you know, bro code. You know, you can't say nothing. You got to let it handle, and then it works out like that. You know, he's cheating and cheating and cheating, and then her heart's broken, and then she tries to leave, and then it becomes a whole thing, and now he's her property, and there's violence and domestic shit. It goes that route way too many times, more times than people think that it should. But if there's cheating involved, that's just a violation of so many things on so many different levels that is like there's not really no coming back from that.
That's
So
what
it's
I'm
like,
trying to
hey,
say.
Trips, I wonder how many men can, if you have a man out here in this audience that can forgive a woman if she stepped away from you and be man enough to say, you know what, I was wrong too. I forgive
wait,
you. Can
I
you?
mean,
I don't know that
do you know the emotions of, let's say you
I've
come
been through
home
it.
from work and you open the door and she got the Onyx song playing, and the mailman sitting there with his bag and his pants down around his leg, and she was sucking it. And then it's like,
Oh,
what is that
I was
gonna
like,
do to
which
you?
other song we talking about? Now I know what you're talking about.
I mean, can you?
I was
And
thinking maybe it was
he was
me and
doing
Jack
the
Black.
same nasty, but it ain't the same for you.
You know what I mean? But you walk in on that
Jack.
as a dude, and it's like, and it's like your heart is broken. And then it's like you might be
I ain't never
unalive, and
walked in on no shit.
just out of reflex.
I ain't never walked in on no shit, but for the first
You know
time in
what?
my
Or it's like if your lady walk in on you while you railing. You know what I'm saying? You doing your plumber imitation and laying some pipe.
I
You
couldn't,
know,
I don't expect myself to come back from that. But I just, we ask for a whole lot from our ladies, and I'm talking to three brothers.
wait, but hold on now. Now there's also
Let me
the conversation, not
hold on,
only cheating, but who you cheated with.
hold on, Trips. I'm talking to two brothers other than myself.
Yeah.
How much confidence do we have in ourselves as men and what you bring to the table to overlook that, hey, my woman had a transgression, I had many, can I forgive her for her transgression? You gonna just fuck this, I'm throwing the parachute out, I'm jumping, I'm gone.
Jump. I'm telling you, jump with both feet, with or without the parachute. Jump fast and hard, and hope.
Crisscross.
And you know what I mean? And hope. Yeah, play crisscross while you're doing it, as well as House of Pain. Jump. Get the hell out of Dodge. Like it's one of the dumbest things that we do as a society. Like it's dumb. You mean, I'm with him. I trust you. What? You
Right.
huh?
Yeah,
Get
you can
the
bring
F
up that
out
one
of
picture.
here before this happens again. And if it doesn't happen again, that's great too. But in the back, like, yo, man, my friend's a dog. This homie of mine, man. He's a dog. At the end of the day, he's got like he wound up having like 12 kids with this woman, married her and all of that. And in the end, she wound up cheating on him. Not to say that he didn't do it a bunch of times. I'm just saying. He definitely did.
I'm gonna read Richard Long's comment. Let me read his comment.
Wait, hold on. I want to hear I want to hear the end of the story real quick.
So I'm just saying, the fact that she cheated on him, period, he mentally, he cannot get over that. He can't get over
because he ain't man enough.
Say what?
Because he ain't man enough. Let me read Richard Long's comment. He says cheaters are selfish and they ruin families with their selfishness. What? Cheating is all about you. If there's no loyalty, there's no relationship.
It is a very good comment, and that's where his headspace is still. Like he's left her, they've split up, he's with another woman, but in conversation with him, he was like, dude, I couldn't get over this. It destroyed me. It ate me alive.
But he couldn't understand that may be what she would go through with all of his cheating.
Oh, he can understand. You see, like he's an intelligent.
He just didn't care.
He can understand that. He can see where she might be coming from, but that's that doesn't help him get over the situation that
Hey, you know what?
somebody else's Johnson
Okay.
has been where he parks. You know what I mean? Somebody's in
That's
his,
my
in his
nookie.
parking spot.
Kids, so many
That's
times,
my
Chris,
pie.
so many times this conversation gets parked in this area, especially when it comes to a man dealing with a woman that's out there dealing.
Well,
So
no,
many
but hold
times-
on, Matt. That's
let
what I
me
want
finish
to
this.
ask.
Let me finish this, bro.
Same for women.
So many times it gets parked in the conversation about this guy's wang is like somebody's wang is bigger or your wang is big.
Oh,
You might have a big wang, but
wait,
what
what?
you might think to yourself, like, what could my woman want? I'm holding. What do my woman want? She might want something smaller than you. So each woman is different.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
You went in a direction
Yeah,
I wasn't trying to go to. I wasn't
Wait,
talking about.
I've never had a wang discussion with the fellas.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like,
I'm just telling you, I've had these conversations with women.
Oh,
With
okay.
women?
Well, I would let me go ahead and finish.
they're
What I
asking you
was
for
gonna say, 'cause
smaller
I don't know what to say about that because I'm no John Holmes or porn star, but I ain't no little fella either. I don't know what we're really talking about right now, but I won't go any more in
How many times have
I
you been
can't
through
go
that?
in depth like a son bitch. No,
That's
I'm
what I
just
would
saying.
ask you, Trish. How many times have you been through that where somebody?
Never.
Okay, so you don't know.
Yeah, but I'm saying cheating is one thing, but does it change the scenario if you cheat with somebody who both of you all know, like a coworker or family member or
like,
a
and
classmate?
that's actually the crux of the situation that I described is that it turns out it's a mutual friend of mine, his and his wife's. Like it's somebody we all know, and it took him a long time to be like, hey, by the way, it was this guy, and I was like, oh snap, yo, that's the homie. Like we know the. Oh, that's why we don't kick it with the homie anymore. Oh snap! Like I didn't know, but he could not get over the situation, and I don't blame him for a second. Same token, like let's just flip this around and be like this. Like there are clearly hundreds of thousands of women who've been cheated on and been like, yeah, I'm getting the fuck out of here. You know what I mean? Like it exists on both sides. I'm not saying that it's good for the man. Like, you know what I mean? I'm not. What's good for the goose is good for the gander, quite frankly and quite factually. I'm saying in both cases, get the F out.
Yeah. Bad
Both
things.
cases.
This is my last statement on this before we wrap this up because we do got one more thing to talk about, and this is the last thing, very last thing, is I've been trying, and the more mature I get, the more realistic I get about life and about what you do, and my desires are my desires. My lady's desires are her desires, and she don't tell me everything that she desires because I'm sure she keeps some stuff from me like I keep stuff from her. You look at shit and you watch shit and you desire things that you shouldn't tell your lady about. Those are relationship secrets that aren't most people aren't willing to cross that threshold and say, hey man, what are you thinking about? I mean, like when I'm doing shit with her, I'm thinking about her. But there's a lot of people who watch porn and shit like that they watch so much of it. When they have an actual sex, they are thinking about whatever they've been looking at, all that pornography. They're thinking about that kind of stuff. And complications in your relationship can come in so many various forms. All I'm saying to people is, I've grown up in my relationship now. You know what I mean? It's not like I don't hide a whole lot from her, but I don't tell her everything. I will never tell a woman everything. I would advise anybody not to tell her everything that's on.
Well, damn sure you don't want your woman telling you everything either.
I'm sure.
Oh, you mean that one night when I got drunk and that fraternity ran up?
When you find out about that thing, the question is, how do you handle it? Do you handle it like a man, or you be a pussy ass motherfucker and be like, oh no.
Hey, past was the past. Everybody has a history. Everybody done things that maybe you're not proud of. You got your own bones and the skeletons in the closet, what have you. You share things and you be open, and it's like, well, hon, how many have you been with? And it's like, well, you don't want to be asking questions you don't want an answer to, or do you? You know what I mean? So it's just on what level can you communicate mentally before you can really experiment physically? So you are able to share that as a couple. And when you want to let your freak flag fly and do some really freaky shit that you think might scare your partner off, then okay, yeah, go ahead and rethink that and just kind of, ease into it gently. You know what I mean? And broach the subject, jokingly, that has nothing to do with it. You know what I mean? It's like, hey, so that threesome you wanted to do, you don't bring it up like that. You be more subtle with it, or whatever the case may be. But you got to be able to communicate and be able to satisfy each other's needs to a point, so that whoever is not satisfied is now going outside of the relationship to scratch that itch and fulfill that need. So you have to be able to be freaky with your partner to keep them at home, to keep them happy. And it's like, you have to do sometimes things you may not want to do because your partner enjoys it. Well, guess what? Sometimes your partner may have to do things that they don't want to do because you enjoy it. I mean, I would think that's part of a give and take relationship.
Hey, man, we're going to get out of this conversation with this last statement. And really, it's about growing up. Really, it's about getting mature emotionally, physically, spiritually. It's about growing the fuck up, man. It really is. It's just about that. And being, if you're going to, I would just say to people, if you don't know, if you're not willing to grow in a relationship, there's one thing about the physicality of a relationship that, it's undeniable. But that's one aspect of it. I would just say that's probably about 5-10%, 15% if it's rich, that lasts you through your entire lifetime, physical part of your relationship. That part will last you so long in your life, but the rest of it, you got to negotiate. You got to figure it out. If you love that individual and you mean it, you got to figure the rest of that out. And I would just leave you guys with that. Just figure it out, whatever it is. And if it's something you can't live with, then you if you know inside your heart and you know who you are as an individual, if you're not there, then you bounce. But if you have it in you to be able to understand, I it can't be one way for me and not the same way for her. It can't be that, man. I'm about fair, man. I'm about fair. And I told my lady, if it ever came down to it, me and her have a conversation about it, and and whatever happened after that, it'll happen. We'll get to that point if we ever get to that point. But I'm not no hypocrite, man. So I don't expect everybody else to be. But let's get to this next conversation, and that is some of the worst news I heard was Sly Stone passed away, 1943 to 2025. The man was 82 years old.
Damn.
Man, listen. Sly Stone, for those who don't know who exactly that is, it's a family affair.
And
It's
everyday people.
all of that, man. This was man, you talking about a musical genius. Not only that, musically, he was just, for his time, he knew exactly what to do. His music was a unifier. That's what I think people should know and remember about Sly Stone. In my opinion, his legacy should be his music unified people.
Mm-hmm.
Cross sections of people. His music is played anywhere, everywhere, any and all times. This guy had a vision. He enacted it. He brought his family along with him, and he brought other people along with his family. I mean, the power of knowing what to do right now in this moment. How do we make this work? Sly Stone was an absolute genius, man. That's genius right there. When you do it right then, you just right there in the pocket, right there in the groove at that time to make the right music for the people. That's genius to me.
Culturally, what was happening, around that time? Vietnam. And, they were the make love, not war generation. The musical talent of actually playing instruments, You know, as we were talking about AI, you know, the whole Stone and all them, they could play the actual instruments all the way around, and they were singing and they were coordinating and they were had the costumes, the wardrobe, and you know they had the look, the sound, the feel that put them into the iconic stratosphere of musicians and cultural icons of that time. And they put out damn good music over the course of that entire period. So it's, you know, it's sad to see him go, but you know, it's his time to go. And the things musically and culturally that he left will live on like forever.
Kids, what do you think when people say soul music? Does this guy come into your picture frame at all, or his band?
I'm not sure. Like when I hear soul music, I probably would think of somebody. Really, I would think of somebody else. I think psychedelic soul is probably a better look. He's like a clear influence on guys like Bootsy Collins and like what George Clinton sort of tried to do many years later. Just a bit of a genius, this guy, and way ahead of his time for sure. You know, like definitely ahead of his time. When I hear soul, I think slow crooning, and that wasn't necessarily what Sly and the Family Stone was about. They were about soulful funk. You know, it was just a little bit more upbeat to me. But anyways, I mad respect to this guy, mad love to this guy. He's made some music that has transcended time. You know, we said that about Tupac Shakur earlier on. I would definitely attribute that to Sly Stone for sure. Dance with the Music is a track. I think everybody knows this song. You know what I mean? Everybody knows it. You know, Everyday People's a little bit of a like, it's a great track, but that's more soul, more of a soulful feeling track, just a bit of a different thing. But just
can I ask you a question?
Fashion, it definitely influenced a lot of folks after him.
Can I ask you a question, kids? And Trip, you can answer too, man, because this is very, very personal to me. But I want to ask you, do you think the message in their music, not just his, Sly Stone, he's the one that passed away, but he led the band, and so he gave them direction. Do you think that his messaging in his music was intentional?
Well, yeah, because
Always.
he was a writer, you know, a composer. So the message that is in his music is what was in his heart, his mind, his soul. And that's what he wanted to portray out there. That's the sound he wanted to put out. That's the message he wanted to put out to the masses. You know, let's feel this way. Let's look at the world this way. Let's try and be more positive with this way. And, you know, that's what they sang about. That's what their music was about. So it's definitely intentional because they put it out. There was no ghost writing.
Very much so. Like the other thing that I'm going to say was intentional was how multicultural this group of human beings is. It was very intentional and purposeful and specific. And at the time, there were a lot of bands that looked like that. There just wasn't. There was like the Beatles. You have 4 white dudes. The Beach Boys, who I'm going to talk about in a minute because Brian Wilson passed away as well. You know, 4 white dudes. You got the Jackson 5. You have 5 brothers. That's just kind of how segregated the world was. A group like this in 1968 is not necessarily something you see every day. And the fact that they made dope music together, it's pretty crazy. Like another band they clearly influenced would be the Doobie Brothers. Like there's a bunch of bands that this band really influenced specifically. And to that respect, you got to give Sly Stone the love.
One thing I would challenge you on saying is not very many bands look like that have multicultural guys in it. Nah, that's not true. Around here, there's a lot of them.
I'm talking about in 1968.
In War, You ever heard of War?
Yeah.
There's guys like that, even Prince. Prince didn't start,
Well, Prince wasn't around back then, though.
he
Prince
was
is like
there in the early 70s.
he
And
late 70s.
75,
78,
there was
77,
77, 78.
I would say Earth, Wind, and Fire. They had multicultural people in there.
Well, that was all black. What?
No. Definitely in the horn section was many. It was white people in there.
Oh, okay.
Definitely Earth, Wind, and Fire. I'm just thinking of some other bands right now, but it was definitely more than this band right here. There was always people that was willing to branch out. That's one thing about black people. I tell you this right now. I don't know that we're too open to everybody else. I don't know that it's the best thing for us, but we are willing to embrace people more so than most any other race. We embrace everybody. We try to, but then it comes back to bite us. You look at cultures right now, you see everybody getting very tribal. Black people have always tried to embrace everybody. Everybody. I will say that, but man, this is a beautiful, the guy, I'm not even going to bring up his transgressions right now because that's not important, but you're talking about a beautiful spirit, a beautiful mind, and having the nerve to stand out there and be different at that given time. They made sure there was bands everywhere, kids and trips. Everybody had a band. Everybody was making music. And how did your music sound versus the next person? Everybody was trying to stand out on the edge, and way out on the edge ended up being a group like Parliament Funkadelic, who also had people of color. I mean, other people that weren't black in that band too.
Mm-hmm.
They stood out.
These guys precede most of those bands you like, including War. They precede most of them.
Yeah, late 60s, mid 60s.
You know what I'm saying? This is one of the first bands
for
me, one of the first bands that I'd ever been introduced to that was multicultural. I'm trying to think of another band that early on that I was introduced to, and I'm not saying that I was born. I wasn't even born in '68. Like, I wasn't around. But again, I'm pretty sure this is one of the inaugural bands like this.
Yeah, because they were before Chicago. They were before the Doobie Brothers. They were before Hall & Oates. And I can't think of any white people in Motown offhand.
Oh, they were there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they were there. I think.
Well, I mean, frontline people, not like you studio musicians or anything like that.
James Brown, I think, had a couple of motherfuckers sprinkled in there. Let me think.
Well, like I say, like nobody we can name. Only person I can name other than James Brown is Maceo, and he ain't white. So you know what I mean. Nobody of
I get the point. I get the point kids is trying to make, man.
Yeah. They were one of the first bands to have this crossover soul, make love not war appeal.
Man,
I want Tito Santana.
I want to put up Richard's comment, but I want to leave his transgressions out of there, man, because he lived a good long life. He didn't do it by the book. He did some shit, you know what I mean? And he lived his life the way he wanted to live his life. And, I seen probably 3 or 4 documentaries on Sly Stone or Sly and the Family Stone, but probably 2 or 3 individual documentaries on Sly Stone and his mindset and how he went about, and he created until the day he died. He was always creative. That gene never leaves you. You will always be a creative person, no matter how old you are, no matter how many people say, "Hey, you're this age. What the fuck are you doing still making music?" Because that's what I am.
Well, a lot of his not downfall, but transgressions as a human being, are the same as many in the music industry and artists in acting. And it seems that so many die at a young age, who are so talented because of drugs. You look at your Kurt Cobains, your Jimi Hendrix, your Janis Joplins, your Heath Ledgers, so many talented young people, but with the drugs. And then you look at the ones who are on, like your Marvin Gaye, he was on some stuff. But you look at your Sly Stone, who was able to live to an older life. You look at the lead singer from the Red Hot Chili Peppers, Anthony Kiedis, and his heroin things, but he's making it through. But point being, so many talented musicians in the industry and artists are exposed and get hooked on these drugs. But from their darkness, some of the talent of the songs and the music and whatever they do comes out because of that darkness. So it's like almost as if the drugs fuel some of the genius from that dark space wherever it takes them.
It definitely. Let me say this, Kez, before you go, man. One of the things that should be mentioned in this conversation, we got to remember, this era came about from the Jim Crow era of the United States, where you got a bunch of people, that were fleeing from the South. They were going to all these states up north, where they went to Chicago, Detroit, Cleveland, California. They were getting the fuck out the South, and they seen that in order to try to regulate or try to bring some balance to what was going on in the world at that time. Tripp mentioned there was a war going on at that time when they came about. All this stuff was going on. And, this was their answer to the climate of their time. It's, to me, it's genius to have a message at the right time, number one. Number two is to know to be inclusive while you're doing it. That whole era, I'm just fascinated with. I'm just fascinated with not only the instrument playing live, but just to know that I have to do this right now for this time. And they knew that this music will help the people at that given time. So you just can't even. There's no way to really phrase what I'm trying to say, but I did the best I can, man. It's just powerful. It's just straight powerful.
So I'm gonna touch on Brian Wilson, because I didn't realize that he'd passed, and I'm not a huge Beach Boys fan, but I do have a little bit of respect for this guy because, to touch on what Triple R was just saying about the drug piece, this guy kind of, he was in one of the more popular pop styled bands of the time, and basically he did a bunch of acid, he did a bunch of LSD, and lost his shit. Right, just following that little drug comment you made there. My guy got into a situation where initially he wound up producing, like, the music. The Beach Boys music changed. Like, it changed.
Could be California girl.
Like, that's when the acid started, and then it started to get darker and weirder, and the homie eventually just stopped making music altogether. And I didn't really know much about this until, of all things, so there's a Bare Naked Ladies song, Canadian, and the song is "Lying in Bed Just Like Brian Wilson Did." That's the chorus of the song.
Lying in bed just like Brian Wilson did.
So there you go. So that's basically the song. And I was like, who's Brian Wilson? And I didn't really understand the reference at the time. And I had to stop and I had a conversation with somebody like, you don't know who Brian Wilson is? He's the lead singer of the Beach Boys. He is in bed right now. And I was like, what? The acid tore his head off. My guy he lost all motivation to basically do anything, and just stayed in his bed and stopped making music altogether over time. And he started to suffer from some level of dissociative disorder, and couldn't even mess with people, let alone his family. Just crazy stuff, man. Some of that some of these artists go through. Just kind of wanted to go through all of that. Give this man a lot of props and respect for the artistry that he did bless the planet with. And it's crazy some of the stuff that these artists actually go through. And one of his something he said is something to the effect of there's no true artist without a tincture of madness. It's a quote from him, and it's a pretty succinct quote, because again, Sly Stone's been down a certain road, and all the folks that Triple R was just listing have all gone down similar paths. And what's cool is the artistry that comes out of it, unfortunately, under normal pretenses, winds up taking a toll on these artists. So shout out to Brian, shout out to Sly. Thanks for the music, yo.
If I had $1 million, if I had $1 million.
One thing I would say, man, is artistry. If you have that genetic to you, it is this. The thing to remember is about, capture it, be willing to put it forward. Don't be afraid of it, and don't let your creative genius there's people out here that have creative genius, and what it does is it races your mind. It just races. And sometimes, like you're talking about that guy from the Beach Boys, there was a time when people really dug into them psychedelic drugs, man, that really altered your mind. And I don't know, man. I've always said to myself, it's not like I haven't been offered some of that shit 1,000,000 times. I'm just like, I ask people about it. I'm just like, okay, you're breaking your neck to try to get me to try a mushroom. What does it do to you? And he starts telling me what it does to him. He's talking about, man,
tripping, man.
And I was like, dude, you know where I come from? I come from the kind of environment that's the last thing you want to put into your body.
Well, no, that's not the last thing. Because don't lick that the back of that S&H green stamp, because that's not an S&H green stamp.
Oh,
you know what I mean? That's what they call that acid.
Yeah,
and acid is much worse than mushrooms.
I've heard either one I ain't having no part of. You don't want anything to be, especially when you live still in that environment like I do. Like, I know what goes on around here. I know what I remember. And I think sometimes we have some PTSD going on in these neighborhoods growing up.
Oh, yeah. And a lot of self-medication, too.
Man, dude, like you hear something pop, God forbid a muffler or something pops or a tire pops or something. Everybody on the goddamn ground.
Do you know that a lot of people are on that heroin because they can't get mental health assistance, and so they're self-medicating to quiet the schizophrenic voices that they're having, or whatever things going on in their head. So it's not that they want to be drug addicts, it's that they're just trying to get relief. And the street pharmaceuticals are easier and cheaper to get than the pharmaceutical
around every day, Trick.
There's levels to that, right? So I have a good friend who unfortunately has passed away. Rest in peace, man. Rest in peace, Kari. He went through all of that, basically wound up just sort of recognizing that he's hearing voices and left town. You know what I mean? He left town, went to the West Coast, and sort of started a whole different life for himself. But during that period, the voices started getting louder. You know what I mean? Started talking to his parents about it. They're like, all right, we're gonna commit you. We're gonna get you into a situation where you can figure yourself out. And at that point, they give him meds, and he starts to do what he needs to do. But being just a gangster ass dude, he winds up in a situation where he's in a home invasion. And this home invasion situation, it's a crazy story. During this home invasion, he was basically kidnapped and held hostage because he owed a bunch of money. He was not on heroin at the time, but they pumped him full of heroin. Moving forward, he's a junkie. And he recognizes immediately, oh, snap, I don't hear these voices when I'm on this stuff. So that was his relief for the rest of his lively time here. You know what I mean? He's just trying to get away from that noise in his brain, and it's crazy. I'm gonna spin something else at you guys. Like during my time in Amsterdam,
fellas, hold it down for 1 second. I'll be right back.
Yeah. During my time in Amsterdam, I'm walking down the road, and I have some footage I should put on my channel, and I probably will. But I'm walking down the road, and I'm like, oh snap, what is this? Is this the Apple Store? And I look in, and I realize this ain't the Apple Store at all. They're selling mushrooms live and direct right out of this store, legit. And I was like, what? It and when I say it looked like the Apple Store, I'm talking white, aesthetic, clean. Everything looks sanctioned and above board. It was just the weirdest thing for me. Sterile, bro, super sterile. And it was just surprising because again, I'd walked into a dispensary or two while I was there, and my lord, the dispensaries over there are just holes in the wall. They're like little I don't know. They're not aesthetically pleasing and sterile. They're just not. This situation was, and I was like, this could be a doctor, this could be an Apple Store. This is crazy. But that's how they sell you mushrooms, and they call them magic truffles. That's what they call it. They don't call it mushrooms, right? They call it magic truffles, and they're out there selling it. I can guarantee that's the next thing to be legalized, not just in Canada, but definitely in the United States of America.
Yeah, they're doing it now. What is it called? The psilocybins or psilocybin, whatever they call it.
That's what it's in there. Yeah,
they're doing that now as treatments here domestically in the States, and that's gaining more traction for a lot of mental health ailments as opposed to the pharmaceuticals. Yeah. So yeah, there's been more research into that, and it is a developing market.
It's gonna happen, and I'm glad Nomad's back. And I'm like, if mushrooms were 100% legal and curated, and you could buy them at the store, would you do them?
Me? No.
Yeah, you. I'm asking you.
I would never touch it.
Okay.
I would never touch it. In this environment, what the hell? You don't want to be imagining things, and seeing things. You might fuck somebody up.
I mean, the mushrooms is something that is. I've heard that you taking what's that Disney film, Fantasia?
Yeah, that's a good movie.
It's like you suck on some mushrooms, and not your shiitakes, and not the ones that you roast in a little butter. But like the ones for the mental things, you throw on a little Phantasm, and then you chill.
All right.
No, not Phantasm. That's a horror movie. I mean Fantasia.
That's Fantasia.
I know some. I got some Cali homeboys, and I didn't notice about them when I met. One of them I met in college, my freshman year in school. Some other ones I met since I left school. But one thing about them out there is, I don't know if you ever heard of a sherm head. Kids, it's a big thing. It's a big thing, especially out west. Like they sold sherm.
They still smoking sherm out there?
Man, dude.
Well, they're old school.
Okay, all right. Yeah. I thought it was like a thing of the past, like Quaaludes.
LA, DC, they still
smoke. The 70s are back.
I know motherfuckers that smoke sherm. Like from LA, from the California area. And you know what that is, man?
I don't know exactly what it is. To my understanding, it's angel dust, but I don't know what the makeup is. I don't know what angel dust actually. My guess is mescaline.
If somebody walked up to you and said, "Hey man, you want some of this wet daddy?" You don't know what that is?
I've never heard of it.
I thought sherm was angel dust, whereas wet was like wiki sticks, and that's formaldehyde.
It's all right. Don't fuck with drugs out. Don't fuck with none of that shit. And I'll just say that.
Well, no, but they soak a joint in formaldehyde, and that's a
wet daddy. That's a wet daddy.
That's a wet daddy? Oh, yeah, that'll knock you out.
We call that, out here, we call it a water stick back in the day.
Water
stick. Wiki stick.
Yeah, wiki sticks, water sticks.
Damn.
You know, all that kind of shit, man.
But it's soaked formaldehyde. And that's what that is. And that's what, you puffing on. It's like, oh, you don't get wet. What was it? What was that we was watching? Oh, you don't get wet. It was in a movie or something. It's like, oh, I get wet. It was like he started smoking. I want to say it was one of the.
Oh snap! What movie was that? I know what you're talking about, and I never heard that term before either.
What movie was that? Oh, you don't get wet. It wasn't Training Day. When he was like, man up. That was him smoking different. Whatever. That was when he was in the angel dust.
Bishop calling out that happy stick or that mentally.
Yeah, the happy stick. That was what they was smoking in Training Day when he was hitting it, talking about, you want to go take the piss test because you don't come up positive for angel dust. So that was Training Day. It's like, oh, you like to get wet? That's what that was. Okay. But that wasn't a wiki stick, though. That was different. Maybe it's a different movie. I don't know. But yeah, whatever the case is, kids, don't do drugs. And a shout out to Smitty Q, because Wu-Tang's all about the babies. It's for the babies.
Wu-Tang for the children, man. That's what I'm talking about.
All right. I'll tell you one thing, man. We got onto this because we started talking off Sly Stone, man. I do believe, and this is just my personal thoughts, and I kind of try to keep track of Sly Stone and how he was doing. I don't know, there's something going on with his neck. He must have had some kind of surgery where he was kind of leaning forward and he couldn't like sit straight up or stand straight up and like have an upright head. He must have had some kind of surgery to his spine or something. But if you saw Sly Stone in the recent last couple of years, you see that obviously something was going on with him. He lived in a trailer. And I mean, not a trailer, but like a motorhome. And he, not because he didn't have money or anything like that. He always going to have money because his music rocks like a motherfucker and he's going to get residuals like a son bitch. He chose to live like that because I think, and this is just my opinion, I think he struggled with substance until he passed away. And that's unfortunate, man. I just wanted to.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, once you are in a battle with the depression or with substance abuse, that's a lifelong battle because it doesn't go away. Every day for those who may be recovering alcoholics or recovering addicts of whatever nature, that desire to use is there every goddamn day. When they get stressed, it becomes stronger to use. So it's a battle and a struggle until death. And just thinking about Sly Stone, those years of being bent over, looking down at a keyboard or looking over at your instrument, that can't be good for your spine or your neck. So, that shit will add to it as well. Because I mean, physically, look at, how Prince went out. He got addicted to pain pills because his performance, he broken his hip and had hip replacement surgery or some shit. But because of his performance nature, he didn't want to give that up. So he got addicted and hooked to Oxy or whatever it is, Percocets or what have you. So the drug nature, the Richard something about animal tranquilizers, that's like your ketamines and such. There's just so much out there that is not made for the body. But even if it is made for the body, mentally we abuse it. And so physically we have those ramifications from it. And so, yeah, these are very talented individuals in the music and acting industry that we're talking about. But physically and mentally, they paid a hell of a price, to be where they are and who they are. So, you got to give them the utmost respect because they lived how they lived, but we saw the demons that they had to battle and the struggles that they had to face, but still gave the world something to enjoy that they could be proud of. And so, rest in peace, Sly, rest in peace, Brian. And all those artists out there, who have those demons, but have made a
Quick
name
reaction.
for themselves that will live on.
Hey man, we got to get ready to get out of here. One thing I know about this show, one thing I can be for sure about this show is there's no putting a cap on it. There's no putting the ceiling on it. There is no trying to make sure I can get out of here in an hour. We can get this show done in 2 hours. No. Tonight proved to me that nobody wants it to go 4 hours and 18 minutes. But when people get passionate about stuff, this is what happens. This is why Some Extra Sauce, I think, is a very good show, is because it's going to trigger a whole lot of people, and that means all three of us, to speak things that we probably wouldn't normally say, and we're saying them on air. We're sharing ourselves with you. We're sharing, experiences with you. We're giving you guys thoughts that, would probably happen in a personal conversation that you never know about, but they're happening amongst us. And we're giving it to you all. And this is just, some of the stuff is really stuff to grow on, man. You're going to look back on the show when we put some of these shorts out, and you're able to focus on what was said at what particular moment and how it was said, to what degree. You're going to see that some of the stuff that was said tonight was straight jewels, man. And I appreciate you guys, man. It started off with a whole bunch of politics that upset me, man, but it came all the way back around. We got to some football. We got to some, pop culture. We got to some rap, all this stuff, man. It was fun, and I appreciate it. Everybody.
Hey, Nomad, you're of this generation. Are you familiar with Ananda Lewis,
You trying to do it again, man?
a former MTV host
She died or something?
at the age of 52?
Holy shit.
So I mean, I'm not familiar with her because that's not my generation. I was
I know
watching.
she was on BET.
Oh, okay. Well, 52 years old, gone.
Holy shit.
Yeah,
Oh,
Ananda, not Amanda, Ananda Lewis.
I think her name was Ananda.
Ananda, there we go. Okay, there we go. Ananda.
All right, man. That can turn to a whole other conversation, Trips, but we got to get ready to get out of here, man, because people got to live life. And so, Kez, I'm going to pass it over to you, man, for some pleasantries before we get out of here. But that is so sad, man.
Well, we'll try and keep it somewhat short and sweet because we're pushing 1:30 on the East Coast. Shout out to a whole bunch of folks tonight. We're going to start with Brian Wilson. We're going to go to Sly Stone. We're gonna go to Tupac Shakur, Biggie Smalls. Shout outs to all those heads we talked about. Kurt Cobain, Janis Joplin, Heath Ledger. There's a whole bunch of folks that we decided to sort of touch on today in different capacities. So again, all those folks have unfortunately passed on. Big shout outs to all of them. Mr. Mayhem, shout out to you. The new logo, your new avatar is dope, bro. That's pretty sick. Shout out to Richard Long for being with us for the long haul. Shout out to my guy, the Bishop Keith Harris, out there doing the darn thing. Smitty Q, same to you. Big ups to you, dog. Thank you both. All three of you for rolling with us right to the bitter end. Shout out to BT9, Bear Truth 9's with us. Crimson, it's Crimson out there doing the darn thing. He was with us definitely until the bitter end as well, and he was with us from the very jump get go. Big ups to my guy Cliff Victoria for coming through and letting me know about Brian Wilson because I had no idea that he had passed. And again, not a huge.
No Sly.
I already did Sly. I did a whole list.
Okay.
I did a whole list of everybody. I'm just saying. I didn't really. I'm not really a big Beach Boys guy, but there's. I do have some interest in him as an artist, and the affliction that he wound up having afterwards was very interesting. There's a few artists out there who suffer from it, and part of it has to do with no longer being in the public eye and being famous sort of creates a level of depression that is hard for these guys to handle. And that's part of what really came back to haunt Brian Wilson. Who else is out there? Melon Smasher was smashing it up in the chat. No questions about that. Thanks for coming through, Melon, and hanging with us. FFG, all about that Wu-Tang Clan in the chat, and they're nothing to F with, brother. Nothing to F with.
Wu-Tang.
Nothing to F with, bro. I love that group across the board, and I can't say that they're the greatest of all time, but probably the greatest hip hop group of all time. And that's saying a lot because I love me some EPMD, man. I do. Who else is out there?
Can I give a reminder right quick, kids?
All right. It's free. Definitely give us a like, share, subscribe across the board. We would appreciate that. Shout out to Jojo Loco. By all means, y'all, on the way out, check out Keds the Canuck on YouTube. Give me a like, share, subscribe, just like Nomad reminded us to do. Do the same things for my guy underneath me here at Sports Chicago Style. Definitely give the chef some love, give the coach some love. They're out there pumping out content all the time for you, and you'll find that on YouTube as well. All the more reason to give Sports Chicago Style your love, like, shares, and subscriptions. Hey, look at the baby kids of Canuck.
Oh, there he is. There he is.
A little bit
of those baby kids nervers.
See,
I get those baby kids nervers.
Look at those cheeks. They're insane. Look, they're even rosy, man. Like somebody.
They're full of acorns or something.
I don't know what he's eating. He's eating too much, though. That's for darn sure. Someone needs to stop feeding that kid. Levante Rogers, man. Shout out to you. Shout out to Andre Bryan as well. Thank you for coming through and spending some good time with us. Who else is out there? There's all kinds of folks. Relentless Mikey was with us for the better part of the night. Shout out to you, sir. Big ups and props to you for sure for coming through and blowing up the chat. Cloud Chasers Radio was with us tonight. So was the Crooked Commish. Aunt Mass was here until we got a little political and he bailed. Shout out to you, Aunt Mass. Shout out to Brandon J. Bias for also spending some time with us, as well as Bear With Me. Who else is out there, man? Oh, the good minister Charles Johnson. He's a super no maniac, and you should be too. By all means, follow the join. Please join and subscribe and give these guys here, including myself, a little bit more love, and we would appreciate that. Shout out to Rocket Dream Burns. Shout out to Chi-Town Jester and Jojo Loco. I'm not sure if I caught Jojo Loco before. I definitely got the Crooked Commish in the mix here. Crooked, we're going to be doing stuff soon. Trust me, we're almost and closer to fantasy season. And that being said, quick shameless plug for the Superflex show, which will be coming at you hot and heavy soon.
We've been out here almost 3 hours. You know that, right?
I do. So, all right.
I mean.
So what he's saying is shut up and let's call it a night. And
set your ass down.
Yeah, okay. There's that. Ron Winarski, shout out to you, Ron. And I think we'll leave it. Oh, Sophisticated Thoughts. The Scrolls. How can I miss the Scrolls, man? The Scrolls is cracking jokes all night. Now, that being said, let's call it a night. Triple R, what do you got to say, bro?
Just a shout out to everybody that stepped up and more than just lurkers and participated in the chat. Then a shout out to those of you who will watch and or listen on demand, because, hey, 8 p.m. on a Wednesday night is not conducive to your schedule, but you love to catch us at your leisure, and we love that about you. So a shout out to all of those, and make sure you are signed on and subscribed to the Nomad Network, that you are subscribed and liking and getting the noties for Keds the Canuck, and that you are subscribed and got the noties on for Sports Chicago Style. And we thank you for your support.
Look at Young Trips. Boy, you was cooking all the way back then, man. Eating baked potatoes plain. Big baked.
Don't need no butter. Don't need no sour cream. Don't need no pepper. Don't need no cheese. Girl, just give me that tater.
Yeah, he just bit into that bitch. Look at
I do something. It don't have to be fried with onions. Just give me the tater.
That's it.
Look at her. Look at her. Adorable. Clean.
Hell. And them
Clean.
suspenders are something else.
Man.
he just preached a sermon. I just
No, that's more of a deacon.
Mm.
Yeah, more deacon trip.
He's just passing a collection plate, is what you're saying. He's just passing.
Pass the plate down.
Don't
put your hands in it. Just put your stuff in it and pass it. Keep it go moving.
Trip, when I saw this picture, one thing I was sure about is you was always passionate about food. You just biting into potatoes like it ain't shit. That thing was raw. That wasn't baked.
It's not even a baked potato. It's just a straight up potato. It's just a potato you got out the cupboard.
It's like it's not as flavorful, but it's sustenance.
It is sustenance. This is true.
Young Trip, boy, he was always about that damn menu, wasn't he? My man. All right, we got to get ready to get up out of here, man, because one thing I would say to you guys, it was a joy to do this stuff with you all, man. And one thing I would say to you all is, man, the passion about the Chicago Bears that would keep you all here. And I'm talking about, it was 3.5, 4 hours when it was 80 something people in here in this chat. I'm seeing live numbers. And I'm just like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? And it goes to show that they're just here for the conversation. And everybody is so human, you all. Everybody is so human. And they're here for the Bears conversation, of course. But they don't run from the general conversation and the human conversation that we have to have about society and what's going on around here. I so apologize for my spirit when it comes to certain conversations because I cannot help it. I'm passionate about this, man. It bothers me. It bothers me to no end, and I apologize to you all for that. And I'm not going to get into no sermon about this whole thing, but I need to say that
because if he was going to get into a sermon, we would go on for another hour about how he hopes that it all works out. But damn, Travis, no prenup.
I was going to get it, man. Come on, Trip. You want me to do it, man? You want me to do it? Because I got something for you.
Well, I mean, but how much more? I mean, just how much more can you say?
Go, man. Golly, man, here it is, man. Here it is.
She said she hit the jackpot.
You put that together, no man. I don't believe it. I don't.
He didn't want to let it go, man. We was gonna get out.
But we was gonna get out of here. He wasn't gonna show it after he put it together.
Oh my God!
He put it up. Run, young man, run! That's what I'm trying to tell these
man.
Boys.
Run, man, come on. What are we doing here, young man?
Man, dude,
run.
Dude.
You don't need that.
Hey, kids, I'm gonna start it off like this. What the heck? Just got married and have a son named Eric. You finish it.
I'm not finished.
What the heck? Let's get married and have a son named Eric. No big deal, no sweat.
Point being, she's a gold digger.
Until I taught the judge hammer across my green eyes.
My brain lock was malfunctional, and I forgot to sign a
prenuptial agreement. Her face was hard like cement. She had a car, 1990 brand new Jaguar fly kit with. Man, I don't remember the whole shit. Anyways,
that 5-star she bought when I was away on tour. In my bank account, getting
more and more money.
She got paid.
It wasn't funny. Talking to myself, oh, you big dummy, just my luck to get stuck with a marriage and a baby who's raised in a gold carriage. I can't leave. Like, it's a great track, man.
I mean, it's a soundtrack for motherfuckers like him.
It speaks to a lot of what we were talking about today. And you were saying, it's all good. Roll with the punches. And I'm saying jump.
This two different orbits.
Daddy will let you.
This two different orbits. We only here because Trip just can't let it go because he ain't ready to go to sleep.
Well, I'm just saying this is what do you call it? Not ongoing news, but not breaking news, but this is news of the week. And it's like now you are in the spotlight, being who you are, Travis Hunter. and we have this drama that it's like, oh, his girlfriend this, his girlfriend that, and then it's like, you gonna marry this girl after you just signed your multi-million-dollar guaranteed contract, and you gonna marry her with no prenup. And then it's like, okay, well, I hope love conquers all in this case, but
Oh,
damn.
Holy shit. I know one thing. Next time I'm going on a close to end the show, I'm muting Trips because he can't stand it. He can't stand it.
Yeah, but you make this lovely visual for us.
And then dog, this is that's what she said. Jackpot, ching ching, no prenup. Oh, you big dummy.
Yeah, she's someone doing the busting the cabbage patch. I'm telling you right now, she busting the cabbage patch, bro.
Man, doing the stanky leg.
Stanky leg, bro.
Hey, kids.
The butterfly.
Let's get married and have a son named
No.
I'm just telling you.
Man, but I mean, how many millions now is she in line for if things go sideways?
I ain't finna get into the conversation.
So I can answer this question. If he's smart,
Kids, you the one got to go to work in the morning. I don't want to hear no.
I know I got to get the hell out. But if he's smart, he'll read up on what Ronaldo did. Ronaldo, you're a brilliant MF, dog. Just saying. Ronaldo put all of his shit in his mama's name.
Oh Lord, that's some jaded.
Brilliant. So when the girl decided, yo, I'm leaving your ass, I'm gonna take you for all your money. I got no money.
Yeah, give me the first two verses of Gold Digger.
Oh man,
that's a good take. You want me to give it? You want me to?
I gotta go to work.
We need a clean take so we can get a short out of this, man.
No,
you want me to do it, or you want
me to do it? Take two.
We was talking over each other, man. You don't want to do it?
No, man. Calling it night, man. Call it.
He's not ready for his freestyle.
All right, y'all gotta be quiet for a second. God damn it, shut up for a minute. Hold on. Right. Oh, what the heck? Let's get married and have a son named Eric. No big deal, no sweat. I was in for a big surprise when I saw the judge pass my green eyes, brain lock. My whole damn head was malfunctioning. When I forgot to co-sign a prenuptial agreement, her case was hard like cement. I have no files for all the money she spent. She has a car, 1990 brand new Jaguar, fly kick with chrome rims that's 5-star she bought when I was away on tour. Hitting my bank account, getting more and more money. She got paid. It wasn't funny. Talking to myself, oh, you big dummy, just my luck. Now I'm stuck with a marriage and a baby, something and a go carriage, and I can't leave. If I do, she takes half. Oh, not the cash. Oh, yes, the whole damn bash of money. And I chill and act so sweet. Kiss her feet. Can't picture being in the street and I can't leave. If I do, she takes half. Not the cash. Oh. All right, that's it.
Yes, the whole damn stash.
I probably fucked up something.
You did. You messed up at the end, but it's all good. You did a great job. You did a good job.
Yeah, but point being, kids out there, we hope love conquers all, but protection that.
All right, we gotta get ready to get out.
Give it to you with no trivia.
I'm getting up out of here, man. We gotta close the show out, and I'm gonna finish this. Trips, don't you say nothing. Let me finish this now. No more subjects, damn it. All right. So, listen. One last thing before we go is we're in a bunch of turmoil in this world, but I think this turmoil in this world is going to force us to be better towards each other, even through the chaos. I'm going to predict that for you right now. I don't know how soon it's going to come. I don't know exactly what signal I can tell you to point to say, okay, it's going to get better. I don't know any of that, but I know this. We're going to go through some things. And how we go through it, how we treat each other is the most important thing. It's about how we treat each other while we're going through it, how we treat each other afterwards. That's the most important thing. We can't go through this stuff and not learn nothing. There's no way. If we go through this and not learn nothing, then it's probably time to start getting into tribes and start being separatists about this whole thing and start figuring out, okay, who's the actual problem? And once we identify that, then we go get them. Because that's the bad side of what could happen through this drama that we're going through. Might be some others need to get up out of here. I ain't gonna say no names. I ain't gonna say no class. I ain't gonna say no race. None of that shit. But I'm gonna tell you that through this shit, if we don't get better, we will get more tribal. And it might come down to taking people out. I'm just telling you the truth. If you don't like it, you probably shouldn't be subscribed to the channel, because there's going to be more and more truth like that being spoken. I'm going to leave y'all with that and leave y'all with these famous words. If you can think it and you can see it, there's no reason in the world why you cannot absolutely manifest it. Do not, and I repeat, do not be a prisoner of your own mind. But with that being said, we are